morning.
Holy
man.
crap.
Here we go. Oh, my God.
It's happening.
It's
happening.
Oh, my God.
We have a moment. We have a moment, San Diego. Welcome, everybody, quickly before we break the news.
Oh, my God.
To the city of San Diego and Padres fans.
I'm speechless right now.
Good morning.
God, Adam Klug just got off the hook like a mother. Oh, I was going to roast him in the opening segment this morning. Good morning, everybody. Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. Great to be here with you on a Wednesday. I usually tell you, let's get our heads right today. I don't think it's going to be that difficult, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to be difficult to get our heads right, especially after another victory last night. But the biggest news of the morning broke 30 seconds right before we hit the airwaves. Ben, lay it on him.
Here it is from MLB insider Robert Murray. Jackson Merrill and the San Diego Padres are in agreement on a 9-year, $135 million contract extension,
God.
Sources say. The deal, which can max out at $204 million and includes a $30 million club option for a 10th season that can convert to a player option, was negotiated by Drew Hardy and Josh Knipp of KHG Sports.
Let me tell you, Drew Hardy and Josh Knipp, way to do your jobs, gentlemen.
Could just be Nip if the K
Hi,
is silent.
this is Jackson Merrill.
Wow.
All right. Mr. Nip, thank you for your service as well, Mr. Nip.
Well, this is
Think he ever got called Josh Nipple? What's his first name?
KNIP, Josh Nip. Yeah.
Josh Nipple. Man,
Maybe that's not the main headline here.
No, I'd say probably
I think
not.
it's probably not
6:03 in the morning.
main headline. But,
9 years, 135.
do the math.
All right, so do the math quickly.
All right,
That's
Is
not
Jackson okay?
so. Remember.
I can't do this while you're doing this. $15 million a year. What a steal.
So
What?
remember that
What?
he was only going to make the minimum this season and next season, and then arbitration for 3 more years after that.
And you
So
go up-
he's going to be making quite a bit more over the next 5 years than he would have been able to under baseball's, CBA system. And then the Padres will be getting quite the deal for the first 3 years of his free agency, plus a potential 4th year is what this sounds like. But Jackson Merrill, obviously taken care of and should be in a Padres uniform until the middle of the next decade in the
Come on.
2030s. Which puts him right in line with Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado's contracts. All 3 of those guys now should be together with the San Diego Padres for at least the next decade.
What we talked about, man, wanting to get those guys, those cornerstones locked up, playing together for a long time, and that's exactly what we have. Hats off to the San Diego Padres for pulling the trigger on that deal. Jackson Merrill you watch him play every night. That kid's going to get better and better and better. So it's a brilliant move. It's a savvy move. It is one, Ben, that can set this franchise up for a long time. I am very, very happy. That is a guy you never want to see in another uniform ever. I'm not saying it never will happen, but man, as of today, having that dude locked up for the next 9 years, my friend, is unbelievable.
So this is something that AJ Preller tried to get done, reportedly back when Jackson Merrill was still in single A ball, seeing the potential in Jackson Merrill. Jackson didn't do it. And probably smart now, because after a season like he had last year and off to the start that he is this year, the value went up a little bit, but also he is securing his future and taking any risk out of the equation. And as Jackson has said, like San Diego, wants to be here, and now he can rest assured he will be here for the next decade as a core member of the San Diego Padres.
I think it was that home run that did it last night.
They're like, all right, he is.
All right, finally,
he
we're
is
convinced.
showing some flashes of power. Now, I had heard a rumor last week that it was close. Glad I didn't run with it. I told you guys about it, and then I kind of felt foolish when it didn't happen. And sure enough, man, Jackson Merrill gets it done. There was a couple, I was reading some tea leaves. I saw him and his family out celebrating at a dinner, and I thought, well, when your parents are in town, that's what you do. You go out and you grab dinner with them and your girlfriend and whatever. And I did see that, but there were whispers and rumors. Prolific says, stop lying. Am I lying? You guys
April 2nd, fools. We
April
got
2nd,
you. We
swear
got
to God.
you. No, this is not April Fools.
I texted you guys the second I heard it and was like, what do we do? I have one source, not two. And Ben's like, can't do it unless we have two. But yeah, the rumor was out there it was going to happen, and then it dissipated, and now it's back. And again, looking at them out to dinner, it looked like they were celebrating. But I thought, man, when my folks come in town, we all go out and toast, raise a glass or whatever. And sure enough, man, they were getting this thing done, and they got it done. And I couldn't be happier, man.
I'm blown away.
I can't believe it.
I thought he was going to be a $500 million player.
I mean, he
could have been if he wanted to wait it
is.
out a few years. But, and by the way, Jackson Merrill, when this contract expires, will still be 30 years old. So could
Crazy.
still sign a, who knows, billion-dollar contract, for his age 30 to 39 season, but depending on how much inflation gets you to there and what salaries look like. So this is not the final contract of his career. He will still be pretty much in his prime, likely, when this contract expires. But the Padres are going to have him for his entire 20s, and I think those are going to be really, really good seasons for Jackson Merrill.
Yeah, I'd say so, man. That is that's great. That's great. And I understand his perspective, and I understand his point of view in wanting to do this too, man. He's going to be asked about it, Ben, for the next, when did he hit ARB? 3 more years?
He's got 2 more years of pre-ARB and then 3 years of ARB after that.
Going to be asked about it every year. Every day at his locker. Hey, any extensions? Not anymore. We got it. It's done. I'm here. Leave me alone. Let me go out and play. And
any reports of deferred money?
Yeah, did we defer?
I read you the entire tweet. I got nothing else. I don't know how the $30 million club option converts to a player option, if it's performance-based or anything like that. I've got one tweet for you from Robert Murray, and that's all at this point. Nothing confirmed from the Padres. Have no idea if they were planning to announce it today or they were going to wait for a while or what their idea was, but it's out there now, and they're going to have to deal with it this morning. They don't even have, this is a day game, so they don't even have a manager Mike Schilt media session scheduled for today. He doesn't talk to the media before games on, day game getaway days like today. There is an open clubhouse a little after 10 this morning for the Padres, and I'm sure Jackson Merrill will get asked about it when reporters are in there. Will they schedule a news conference? Obviously, if they do, we will carry it for you here on 97.3 The Fan.
Game's at 1:10 today,
correct,
which is just spectacular. I had totally forgotten that. So now I know what I'm doing this afternoon. Gets me out of having to deal with a certain spring breaker that's at home right now. And I do understand the need for spring break, right? Teachers need a little breather. 2 weeks, a little much. Is a 2 week spring break for a 7-year-old, in your opinion, a little bit overkill?
We've gone over this before.
Have we?
Have we? They will ultimately go to the amount of days they're going to go to. They're not taking away from school. They're just putting it in a different spot.
Yeah, they're also stacking 1 week on top of the other.
It is
week.
all together, yeah.
Did you ever have a 2 week spring break?
I never did.
Paulie, you ever have a 2 week spring break?
Mm-mm. No, I had like a 3-month summer. Now the summer's a little shorter. It's only like 2 months or 1 month and a half, and then they go right back to school. It just happens. It's almost over. You've almost made it.
I'm not even close. I still have all day today, all day tomorrow, all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday.
Getting closer.
It's dicey. If he's not entertained, man, 24 hours a day, there's fights and screaming and all kinds of stuff. It's not, again, I'd like to fire it into the sun. But this certainly makes the day better. This makes watching this game this afternoon even better as well. So, yeah, if you missed it, the breaking news is Jackson Merrill has signed a long contract extension with the San Diego Padres. He put, the Padres put their money where their mouth was, but he put his mouth where his money was, which was here. He said, I want to be here. I really want to be here. And they said, okay, if you really want to be here, sign that. And he said, no problem. I did. And he did, and he's here.
Also a big moment for new control person and chairman John Seidler.
Of course.
Clearly this
got to approve that.
A statement that, we're willing to keep stars around long term and, want to keep the momentum going from what Peter and the previous ownership was building here in San Diego. So I mean, this is clearly something fans wanted to hear. They're now hearing it, and after a 6-0 start, vibes are pretty much through the roof at the moment for the San Diego Padres.
Jackson, if you happen to be up and you wanted to hear what the fellas had to say about your contract extension and how happy we are to have you, call 833-288-0973. You really want to ingratiate yourself to this fan base. Call in. Let's talk about it. 833-288-0973. Would love to have you on. Would love to pick your brain. Maybe even borrow a little money from you. Now that you have extra cash just lying around. Would love to talk to you. And very, very happy for him, man. You want to talk about a guy that's earned it. He earns it every single night, man. When you watch him play, you look at that number and you go, that's it. Great. Fantastic. I mean, we have a superstar in center field that is just getting better every single day.
I'm in shock.
It's amazing.
That's such a low number compared to what I thought it would be. Whether it was here or in free agency, looking at the way the contracts have been going, I'm like, if he stays on the trajectory that he's on, trajectory.
I like that. That's actually a pretty good word.
I just made it up.
It's good.
Ben actually made it up. I stole it from him.
It's projections and trajectory.
Trajectory.
That's really good.
His trajectory has him looking at, like, I don't know, $400, $500, $600 million contract for 13 years, and we got him for $15 million a year.
Well, I think, like I said, the length makes a lot of sense.
The girth too
of the deal, because it still allows Jackson to sign another giant contract before the end of his career. So he's just starting out with this
30
with this 135, but that's not like his career earnings. This isn't a necessarily statue end of his career type deal. He's going to have another major payday likely in the future. This is simply buying out all of his arbitration years and then the first 3 years, I think, of his free agency.
This is great, man.
First 4 years of his free agency.
It's great. Great move. Savvy move. Very, very savvy move on everybody's part. You're taken care of now. You got more money than you. Honestly, like when you get into the big leagues, I'm sure that the dreams of the Manny Machado statue contract are there in you. But you also kind of maybe look around, and if you're Jackson Merrill the last couple of years, you've seen like, hey man, there's some pretty good players that had pretty decent seasons that can't find jobs right now. It would behoove me to, as I start my life at 21 years old, to be financially secure in those years. Yes, I'll take that deal.
And I think with some 21-year-olds, you might question whether this diminishes their motivation to, continue to hone their game and get better, because
I'm not worried,
there's no such thing as a finished product at 21. I would say the worry with Jackson Merrill is about as low as you can get when it comes to, this guy no longer has any incentive to work hard and, care about his game. From what we know about Jackson Merrill, nothing is going to change with him. He wants to win. He wants to be a great player. He wants to be there for his teammates. And I really don't think the money is, if anything, it'll just allow him to focus more on his game, never have to worry about this, for years and years to come, about where he's going to play and, what he's going to make. Ends all the questions, as you said, for the next however many years. If he hadn't signed, done with that, and he can move forward, just like, Fernando Tatis Jr. has been able to do. Don't ever have to think about, free agency kind of looming on the horizon in a couple of years. Not going to happen for either of those guys now.
So happy. A lot of little kids around San Diego are very happy as well this morning. We've talked about it. It was the most requested number in Little League this year. Number 3. You got infielders wanting to go out and play outfield now. It's all because of Jackson Merrill. He's been a brilliant find by AJ Preller, and this is such a good move. I'm so happy about it. So happy.
Wow. All right. What a way to start our morning.
That's how you do it.
I mean, like literally the tweet popped in as our opening theme song was playing.
Oh, I was literally about to get Adam this morning. Hard. We're about to call him live on the air. And he texted me back. He said, "Don't worry. Everything's fine," which always makes me worry more.
Of course.
So,
well, he didn't text you. He texted Paul and me last night.
Right.
Late.
Which sucks.
And
For
then we
me-
both woke up to the text, "Are you up?"
Was he trying to have a booty call? Because that's something that you would send
Maybe.
if he was trying to get a taste.
Hey, you up?
Hey, you up? No, I'm laying here with my wife.
And it wasn't surprising that Paulie was asleep, but it was for me, my new schedule. I actually was asleep when he texted a little after 10 o'clock last night.
So both of my coworkers say, "Hey, are you up?" He texts him, "Hey, are you up?" Neither of them responded. I go, "Well, I didn't get one." And I go, "Oh no." So I text him. I go, "What's with your cryptic texts? What are you doing?" Now everyone's in here spun out before this show. He goes, "Everything's fine. Trust me."
I
everything's
actually
fine.
wasn't, and I don't think Paulie was. You were the only one who were spun out. And maybe that's why Adam didn't text you, because he knew that only Paul and I can actually handle a text like that without, starting to let our imaginations run wild.
What could it be?
It's probably really something stupid and unimportant. Is my guess.
So if it's unimportant, why send a text and then send a text again to Paulie this morning?
I mean, I'm sure he thinks it's important.
I texted him. I said, no, I was
not up.
Yeah.
And then he said, "I'll just talk to you later."
I'm sure it's something that needs to get done at some point, but probably could have waited until this morning, is my guess.
Or after the show.
Yeah.
Which is always the best. That's always the best time to come with news.
I think he might have heard a whisper about maybe
this?
some big news and was wanting to get us prepared.
Well, then maybe you just call and wake us up.
Or you just shoot a text and say, "Hey, tomorrow you're going to have a big breaking. Be ready for it. This is what it is."
Wow.
All right, let's take a quick time out, resettle all of our emotions after the big news of Jackson Merrill's contract extension. We can set the menu for the program. We also have an incorporator to pay off from yesterday from Jesse Agler, first one of the season. We'll get to that early for all you early risers and get started on what is now a very big Wednesday morning in San Diego on Bennett Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. We'll check traffic with Kelly. But first, Woods and I talking about trustandwill.com.
Might I recommend Jackson Merrill this very morning? Head on over to trustandwill.com. Use the code FAN when you check out Jackson. You'll get 20% off of the plan, and you'll get free shipping on your estate plan documents. You have money now. You got to take care of it. You got to make sure you have it, people to leave it to and all that. Make sure the trust is looked at as well. Don't want to have your family in probate court should something happen. I'm telling you, these are the moves of a responsible young man.
And I think it's important to note you don't need to have Merrill money to need
Correct.
a trust or a will. This is something for everybody. You may just have a few possessions that you want to bequeath. You may have some property, anything like that you can put in a trust and help your family avoid the hassles, the mess, and the cost of probate court. With a well-designed trust, they can do all of that at trustandwill.com just by answering some simple questions at home without going to a lawyer's office. So again, use the code FAN at checkout. Get 20% off their already really reasonable prices, much less than a lawyer's office is going to charge you, and free shipping of those estate documents by going to trustandwill.com. That's trustandwill.com.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
What else? What else could happen, Ben, at the beginning of this season to make us feel better? Sitting here at 6-0 this morning after another just phenomenal drubbing last night at Petco Park. Wake up to the news that Jackson Merrill is now a Padre at least for another 9 years and hopefully beyond that. But we got 9 years left. I'm going to worry about those. And then when those 9 years are up, Ben, he'll be a spry 30-year-old with 10 years under his belt in the league. This is a phenomenal, phenomenal day in San Diego Padres history. You look at guys that you would consider extending, and he is one of one on that team, right? Like you look at him and you go, yeah, he's worth it. Of course you'd love to extend Michael King after what you saw from him last night. Of course you'd love to extend Dylan Cease. It's a different echelon right now. Jackson Merrill was the guy you had to do it. You needed to do it, and you did it. And that is a really, really smart business move by the San Diego Padres.
It's interesting. Baseball is generally a game that you can't, change things too fast. It's the long term, the slow game, the 162 game season. But in 1 week, not that I certainly wasn't one of the biggest doomers around, but there were some question marks, obviously, in the offseason. The Nick Pivetta signing, I think, helped some people, but still going into the year feeling like, I'm not sure where this, franchise is at the moment. And now 1 week into the season, 6-0, playing about as good a baseball as we have ever seen the Padres playing.
Right.
Jackson Merrill gets the contract extension. I mean, the Doomers have to feel fairly silly at the moment that they spent so much of the offseason wringing their hands and feeling like this is the end of all the good stuff we've had as Padres fans over the last few years, that the future looks so bleak now for the San Diego Padres. Really has changed, I think, 180 on the perspective of a lot of Padres fans in San Diego.
I mean, I was kind of with them, man. I was wringing my hands a lot in the offseason. I don't think it makes you a bad person by any stretch. I think a lot of people thought they knew the reality of the situation. And again, it goes back to the fact that you really never know what an organization is up to. You really don't. You don't really know what's in their plans. Very few of them just call press conferences and say, all right, so here's our agenda this season. We've got $17 to spend. We're going to spend it here. And we'd like to get this player and that player. This was I don't want to say a total shocker, total surprise. We've been beating our chest. Everybody's been beating their chest for a Jackson Merrill extension. And now it finally got done. And it does you look at it on paper and go, yeah, man, that's a very friendly deal. That's a very, I don't even want to call it hometown discount for a 21-year-old, because this has only been his hometown for a season. But yeah, I think he was flexible on this deal. I do.
So Jackson Churio had the biggest contract ever for, a 20-year-old. Now, he signed his before he had even played in the big leagues.
Never took a swing.
He got 8 years, $82 million. So this is definitely more. Jackson's got at least. So, I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room in this contract. What did it say? It could 135 minimum, but could go up to over 200 if it gets through the 10 years, and I'm sure there's incentives and bonuses.
I love that, man.
This is definitely a step up. Jackson earned a lot more money by, playing as well as he did his rookie season. That's real money that he has earned, and this is still a really big deal, a large contract for a 21-year-old player. However, it's shorter than Tatis's deal. How old was Tatis when he signed his? 23?
Is that right?
I'm trying to think if that sounds about right. 22 or 23. He's 26 now. So, and that was longer. That was a 14-year deal.
22, I think it was the 21 season.
So 4 years ago. So 2022. Yeah. So that was a longer deal and bought out more of his free agency at the end. Those are the expensive years you're buying out. Padres are buying out, according to this, 4 years of free agency, which is, what would you expect Jackson? If he hit free agency now and signed a 4-year deal, you'd say 4 years, $150 million for something, like Jackson Merrill, 35, 40 a year at this point for what he's doing. But, he doesn't have that leverage right now. So he's getting more money now and taking less money in the future. And the Padres are getting someone that they now can count on as, part of their lineup for the next decade.
I mean, yeah, it's a brilliant move. Brilliant move. Very happy.
Speaking of brilliant, Jesse Aglu, the brilliant one, the incorporator, yesterday had his first incorporator of the season. And if you were listening, that Jesse brought his own incorporator to the table for the first game. I ran into him in the clubhouse yesterday before the game. He said, yeah, the couple that just was so excited to see him during the offseason and talk about the incorporator, and then gave him the incorporator word of Savvy B, Sauvignon Blanc, that he thought that's going to be a great way to kick off this year's incorporator. And guess what, Woods? Jesse wasted no time at all in taking care of incorporator number one in the 2025 season, because this was the start of our broadcast last night before the Padres Guardians game.
Stephen Kwan makes the slow walk to the left-handed batter's box to lead this thing off. Guardians switch up the uniform tops today. They were in the gray tops in last night's game. They got the blue navy tops on here tonight with the gray pants. Padres in the home white pinstripes. Just about ready for baseball. Pull up a seat. Grab your ice cold whatever. Savvy B, whatever it may be. And game 2 of this series as the Padres try and get to 6-0 for the first time in franchise history.
Amazing.
That's
Savvy B.
He agreed. He thought kind of doing some slang this year as the incorporator, at least to start the year, would be a fun way to go.
He says that now.
Yeah.
Until he's got to work in crumb creep coward or crumb creep or something. Crumb bum.
Crumb bum.
Crumb bum.
Hot beef.
I mean, He's really
We've got a few already in the chamber for this incorporator
he's really
trajectory.
He's really in for it. I mean, we are a slang show. Like he's going to be in for it this year. But excellent news.
All right, quickly setting the menu. We'll get to our Padres wrap up of last night's yet another well played shutout victory for your San Diego Padres to get to 6-0. We'll have all the highlights from Jesse and Tony, and then the other big news last night. I haven't even mentioned it with all the Jackson Merrill stuff going on. The shocking news drop from Magoon Guath that he entered the transfer portal last week, and guess what? He decided it's not for me. I am coming back to San Diego State.
Maybe
for his sophomore season if he doesn't
just as we all speculated,
get drafted. Yes. We
said this happens all the
time.
We did mention the possibility of it at least yesterday, so we set that, and all of a sudden it happened. Very good morning for San Diego sports fans. We will have Brett Boone on us at a big beat. No, Brett Boone will join us on a big league Wednesday. He will not be on us, but our Odyssey insider and former MLB All-Star Brett Boone will join us at 8:35, plus all of our usual features like DDT, Take on Woods, and the Rindle Report, and a lot of Jackson Merrill talk this morning. We get it started next, though, with our Padres wrap-up with Bennett Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. First, I'm going to tell you about Prize Picks, daily fantasy for everybody. 10 million members, billions of dollars in awarded winnings. I had Michael King more than 6.5 strikeouts last night. That was correct. I had 11 Ks. That was an easy win. I just didn't pair it with my lineup correctly. I took Aaron Judge more than 1/2 of one walk. I thought, come on, they're going to work around Aaron Judge. They didn't. He went 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. So didn't win yesterday, but I've won plenty over the last few months. You can win too, up to 1,000 times your cash by setting lineups between 2 and 6 players and just doing those stat projections like I was talking about right there. It's easy. It's fun. You can play as much or as little as you want. And when you sign up today at the Prize Picks website and download the app, you're going to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup simply by using the code KWFN. Yeah, type in KWFN or call letters. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. It's fast. You can use MasterCard, Apple Pay, Venmo. Load your account and then unload the account, as it were. Get winnings in as soon as 15 minutes back into your account when you win. And you win a lot when you play Prize Picks with the Flex Play or the Power Play. You don't even need to get every one right if you want to win, if you go in that direction. So check it out today. It's Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Quite joyous.
Would you say?
Well, it's quite joyous.
Would you say today you're Ben Lively
I
and
would.
not Ben Lethargic? Are you
pretty lively? Had a good night's sleep. Wake up to some good news today. Yeah, Ben Lively. I am.
Had the Jackson Merrill news not broken right when our show started, would you still be? I think you still would have been Ben Lively.
I think so.
Based on the game results last night.
It's been a good week. We've had fun. I mean, we haven't had one losing edition. I don't even know what the losing edition of the Padres wrap up sounds like yet. Hopefully, I never will.
Yeah, I never want to hear it.
I mean, ultimately, the Padres will probably lose at some point this season, but maybe it'll happen on a Friday or Saturday when we don't have a show the next day.
I remember I texted Paulie. I had an idea popped in my head, and when that happens, I text Paulie. He goes, "Don't worry about it. I already got it. I already had the idea you gave me." And I said, "Look, I don't want to play it at all, but if we have to, I want to make sure this is in it."
Well, we're not doing it this morning because we've got another winning edition of the Padres wrap up.
Wrap up.
I thought that maybe it was just a one-day thing. Is that a permanent thing?
Grap up will be it until we retire or get fired. All right.
All right.
If I get fired, you can take grap up off. But as long as
the
we're here
Grap Up
together,
is coming up right after Kelly's traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danek.
Traffic is brought to you by MTS. Take the trolley to the game, running every 15 minutes or better. I don't know, guys. I think I'd be taking the trolley this morning. We've got numerous accidents on our freeways. Westbound King Freeway past the 805, collision over the right shoulder, still seeing a huge backup behind that. We've also got this collision on the transition ramp north 805 to westbound King Freeway. That's over the right shoulder. Collision on South 15 connector to South 805. That's over the right shoulder. And looks like a vehicle has hit a pole over the right shoulder on the transition westbound 8 to the southbound 15. Fletcher Parkway on ramp to East 8, getting reports of a possible brush or encampment fire, some smoke visible in the area. And we've still got this traffic alert in the North County for a collision northbound 15 past El Norte Parkway, with the two left lanes blocked. Don't let traffic drag your day down, whether headed to the office or game day. Go the easy way with MTS. Trolleys run every 15 minutes or better throughout the day. Learn more and plan your trolley trip at sdmts.com. That's sdmts.com. I'm Kelly Danek with Ben & Wood, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Ah, the sounds of victorious
It went away.
silence.
Hang on.
That's okay.
Hang on.
I'm enjoying my peaceful meditative moment before the Padres Grap Up.
Well, Woods threw me off. This is actually Woods' fault, technically.
why?
Because I had it already without Grap Up.
Oh, and then you wanted to
demanded
add.
Grap Up.
I did not demand it.
You did. You literally demanded it.
I love winning, man. I love winning. You hear what I'm saying? It's like better than losing.
Miss any of the Padres win yesterday? Ben and Woods didn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got you covered with all of the highlights.
Oh, yes.
It's the
Padres Grap Up.
brought to you by Hamul Casino Resort.
Italy.
Things are about to get real with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort with gorgeous rooms and exciting new eats and drinks. It gets real this summer at Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
I want to go fast, but I want to go slow, and I want to go deep.
Swings at the first pitch, sends it high and deep to right center field. Jones is back at the wall. This one gonna go! First of the year for Jackson Merrill. And the Padres take a 1-0 lead here in the fourth. Went out over the smaller wall in right center. A long 411-foot home run.
107 off the bat.
Ron waits. The payoff pitch is taken at the knees on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. 3 more for Michael King here in the fifth, who has struck out 11 without allowing a run. 0-1 pitch. Tatis swings, muscles it in the air, deep to center field. Schneemann back. He's got room, and he makes the catch. Plenty deep enough for Iglesias to tag and score. Lockridge also advances to third base. A sacrifice fly following the sacrifice punt, and a 2-0 Padre lead. Allen set. The pitch is lined the other way into left field, and a base hit. RBI single Luis Arise as Lockridge comes home from third base. It's a 2-run inning and a 3-0 lead.
That's when he's at his best.
Runners go on 3-2. Cronenworth lines it up the middle into center field and a base hit. Merrill will score. Gurriel winds around at third base. Pinch hit RBI single Jake Cronenworth, who just had a big clap of his hands at first base. And the Padre lead is 4-0.
As he should. A perfect pinch hit at bat right there.
1-0. And Xander chops it up the middle, fielded by Arias, who's going to come home, but he bobbles it, picks it up, not in time to first. Everybody's safe, and the lead is now 5-0.
Arias has had some issues hanging on to the ball.
Comes set at the chest. Here's the 1-2. Jackson swings and misses. Bogarts takes off for second, and it goes into center field. That will allow another run to score as Manny trots home, and it's 6-0.
Even when the Padres come up unsuccessful, they find a way to make it a success.
Pitch to Tatis is swung on and grounded slowly to the left side. Cantillo stabs it, fires to first base in time. Great play by Cantillo, but Cronenworth comes in to score, and the Padres have kicked the extra point. It's now 7-0. Cruz holds the glove tight to his chest. The 0-2 pitch to Arias. Hit on the ground to shortstop, backhanded by Bogarts. The long throw to first is in plenty of time, and a 1-2-3 ninth for Omar Cruz in his major league debut as he completes the 2-hit shutout of the Cleveland Guardians. Michael King, 5 innings. Estrada, Matsui, Adam, and Cruz sealed the deal. And for the first time ever, the Padres 6-0 to begin this season.
Michael was good. Yeah, thought he was better as he went. Couple longer innings, early on, got his pitch count up a little bit, but really made pitches. Changeup was good, sweeper was good, fastball had life. He looked like Michael King. It was a nice outing.
God, it was a nice outing.
It was
a nice win.
I'd go even further. Usually, I don't question the skipper on his positivity, but I would say Michael was pretty great, actually. I mean, 5 innings, 11 strikeouts, 2 hits, 1 walk. Maybe you could be a little more efficient and go deeper into the game, but that's always going to be a hazard of guys who get a lot of swing and miss. When players can't put the ball into play, tends to make the pitch count go up because they can't get the ball into play against Michael King, and that's what was happening last night. Looked like midseason Michael King. Yeah, last for the Padres, and now into the second turn through the rotation. Padres improved to 6-0, increasing the franchise record best start and getting contributions again up and down the lineup. Different lineup yesterday, Woods, with Jose Iglesias in there for Jake Cronenworth. Of course, Jake came in and went 2 for 2 after pinch hitting and entering the game in the middle. Iglesias had a big infield single that started a rally and scored a run. Tatis went 0 for 2, but Paulie was pointing out he had a really good 0 for 2. He walked twice. He had a sacrifice fly, scored a run, drove in 2 runs.
Stole a bag.
Did a lot of what you want your leadoff hitter to be doing. Manny had 2 more hits. Jackson had, of course, the first home run of the season for him. Even when he struck out, they scored a run because they threw it away in at second base when Hayward was going and bringing the run home. So you just had contributions all the way up and down the lineup for the Padres.
Brandon Lockridge, great game, great catch, gets pulled for Jason Hayward in the 6th inning, I believe. But I it starts and stops with the starting pitching and Michael King, Ben. He was spectacular last night, and I did get a little bit on the edge of my seat. I know it's only after one batter and anything can happen, but he walks the first guy.
After getting ahead 0-2.
He walks the first guy, but it was something else that I saw that made me go, oh, boy. And I even said it in my group text. I go, I think King may miss Higgy more than anyone because he looked visibly frustrated. He kind of ripped his head back. He shook off a pitch kind of angrily. Michael King is, when you get him outside the lines, he's literally the nicest guy you'll ever meet. Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, bud. Hey, how's the family? Everybody good? You get him in between the lines, he's a psychopath killer, which is exactly what you want from your top-of-the-rotation guy. He looked visibly frustrated after the first batter. And then I sent that text. I go, man, he looks really uncomfortable throwing to Diaz. He just really does. And he shook him off hard. And then I think he started calling his own pitches. Well, then the dude started to lock in. And it was like frisbee, fastball, frisbee, changeup, nasty. And 6 in a row, 7 in a row. Then 11 total Ks. I go, well, never mind. I think he looks comfortable now. He got in the groove, and he was spectacular. He was spectacular. And let the offense, by the way, I mean, again, he should have been pitching with a 4-run lead in about the third.
Yeah.
The offense really blew some chances early to break that game. And it was one of those where you're watching going, I've seen this game before. I've seen these San Diego Padres before. Second and third, nobody out, we don't score. I've seen this before. And, man, lo and behold, they find a way to start slamming runs on the board as they always do. Jackson Merrill getting them on the board first with that home run. And you knew it was a matter of time as hard as he was hitting the ball. It was a matter of time.
Not a cheapie on another cold, windy night at Petco Park in April and to the deep part of the park.
Did you see the Scanlon graphic that he did with the wind?
Oh, yeah.
That was incredible. He's like, all right, so if you go 20 feet up, it's moving this way. 40 feet up, it's going the other way, way faster. You go 100 feet in the air, it's hauling ass out that way, but going 80 miles an hour. And you're going, what do we do? Like, how do you I guess you can feel it when you're in Petco Park sometimes, the shift, how the wind shifts. But, man, for those outfielders out there, that's got to be a nightmare.
They made the great observation that Brandon Lockridge throws up grass like every play to see where is it moving? Where is it moving? Like a golfer on the tee.
Yeah.
Just some fascinating stuff in the broadcast. I had the weird thought in the early innings. And it was, so the Padres are clearly playing really, really good baseball. But even teams that are playing well don't win every game. This is Major League Baseball. So how does a team that's playing this well find a way to lose? And I thought, okay, well, you ground into 3 double plays in
early.
The first 4 innings. Yep. You walk some guys and give the other team opportunities. And the Padres did that in yesterday's game. They grounded into 3 double plays. Could have been, like you said, it could have been 5-6-0 early. And instead, it was 0-0 until Jackson Merrill hit that solo home run. Then they got, that 4-0 lead, but it wasn't over yet because you went to the bullpen and Yuki Matsui came in, struck out 2, but also walked 2. Then Jason Adam came in, walked a guy, or hit a guy, and the bases were loaded. They had the tying run to the plate. I think it was Stephen Kwan, tough guy to get out. You got Jose Ramirez on deck. Big pitch in the game by Jason Adam there to get the strikeout of Stephen Kwan to end that inning. And the bullpen has been phenomenal. 4 more shutout innings yesterday, extending their streak that dates back to the 4th inning of opening day and the 1 run they've allowed all season long. Now, 23 straight scoreless innings from the Padres bullpen has been phenomenal. Every single person, and now we can say every single person because Omar Cruz got into the game last night for the 9th inning with a 7-0 lead, and he looked nasty. Making his major league debut, struck out his first batter that he faced in Nolan Jones, got the last 2 outs, had a wicked curveball that he unleashed a couple of times from the left-handed side. It was around like 93, 94.
Disgusting.
Lefty. I mean, just one of those Padres prospects that's in the system. And remember, we haven't even seen some of the better arms in the Padres pen because Sean Reynolds is still on the comeback trail. Sammy said he's been throwing. Ryan Hoeing getting closer to coming back as well. 2 expected to be key members of the bullpen this year. So, I mean, the bullpen has been quietly maybe the story of the season for the San Diego Padres in this 6-0 start.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say quietly. They are, you have a sense that they're going to get the job done. It did get a little dicey at times last night, but man, they figured a way to get out of it. And watching all those guys kind of know their roles right now has been really, again, refreshing, and it speaks to Schulte and it speaks to Ruben and what they've been able to do. And yeah, you can let yourself dream, Ben, on even getting more pieces like Hoeing and Reynolds back and being even nastier. It's hard to imagine. And with the way that everybody else is pitching, you're like, who's going? Where are they going? I did not know what to expect from Omar Cruz last night. And I watched him come in and work that ninth inning and go and said, that wasn't his debut, was it? That was his debut.
Major league debut.
The poise that he showed through those three batters was pretty staggering. Pretty staggering.
He's got a lot of guys that have his back on that 26-man roster. If he's number 26, first 25 are pretty good.
Bro, that yacker he threw was disgusting.
So we will come back, 1 hour complete. We'll try to confirm the news from the Padres on the big breaking story, the Jackson Merrill contract extension. Also had the big other surprise in San Diego sports yesterday. We can get to all of that coming up next year with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
Best start to the Padres season ever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
57 years in franchise history.
I mean, record-wise, obviously,
56?
that's easy. But in
Not
terms
all of
of
it, just all of it, the whole package,
just
the whole
feeling it all,
birthday
and with the
cake.
news this morning, that if you missed it, if you're just joining us for hour number 2, right at the beginning of the show, Robert Murray dropping the bombshell that the Padres had agreed to a 9-year, $135 million contract extension with Jackson Merrill. Keep him in a Padres uniform for the next decade. We're getting some more details on the contract right now as well. John Heyman reporting. So we said there was a 10th year club option that could be converted to a player option. And according to Heyman, the process, how that happens, would be one top 5 MVP finish. So if Jackson Merrill ever finishes in the top 5 of MVP voting, what was he last year, about 8th or 9th in the MVP voting in his rookie season, then that becomes a player option, which would mean likely he could opt out if he's having the kind of career that we expect and
What
become
year
a free
can he
agent
opt out?
after 9 years.
In 9 years.
Yes.
I'll be almost 60 years old.
You will.
If I even make it that far. But I mean, that's insane to think about. That's how long that kid's going to be here.
So otherwise, if he doesn't have a top 5 MVP finish, then that would be a club option for that season, and the Padres would have the decision. But either way, Jackson Merrill for the next decade will be wearing Padres pinstripes and manning likely center field. I mean, I don't think they'll move him at this point, but there's always the possibility he could go back to shortstop in the future if the Padres think that's best. But I would expect to see Jackson Merrill roaming the expanse of center field at Petco Park now for a very long time.
Wow, man. It's hard to get your head around. It's so cool. It's so cool. Yeah, Spoon Clink says Woods will be walking around wearing a monocle at at 60 years old, like Mr. Peanut. What is a monocle for? Just one eye? You just have one bad eye? Or is it
That's
to like read up
question.
close?
Yeah, maybe if you don't want, you
don't want to wear glasses?
Can see far away, and then the monocle you can see close at the same. It's like bifocals without bifocals.
Let me see that book real quick. I'll get one monocle out. That makes it like a magnifying glass for your eye. I like it.
Right.
I think I'd look cool in a monocle.
Yeah.
I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah. Nobody wears them anymore.
Stay on.
I don't know how it's stay. Don't you just wedge it in?
Yeah.
You wedge it in
your eye on
wedge it in
the
there.
fat of your eye.
That's not comfortable.
So good.
Not comfortable at all.
So.
How do we get on these
good.
tangents?
I don't know. It's me. I'm sorry.
There's big news.
Yep.
So we'll let you know when there's any official reporting and release from the San Diego Padres.
This just blew my mind. Brandon said, Bo, my son, who's 7, will be graduating when Merrill's contract ends. High school. If he makes it that far with his smart mouth during spring break. If he even makes it to high school and is not roaming at a military university soon. It's crazy, man. Crazy to think about. Very happy for him. Very happy for us. Very happy for the city of San Diego. This is the right move. And I feel pretty confident in saying that. I could see last year, Ben, if you were a Milwaukee's Brewers fan, and you went, whoa, dude, this cat hasn't even taken a swing in the big leagues yet. I don't know if we should give this guy this much money. We're Milwaukee. We don't do this. Jackson Churio came out and finished, 3rd in the Rookie of the Year voting, had a really good season. He's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. This one is what you call a no-brainer after what we've gotten to see, not only on the field, but off the field, with everything Jackson Merrill has said, everything he's done, the way he plays the game, the way he carries himself, the kind of teammate that he is. This is a no-brainer.
Good question in the chat, because I don't know the answer to it, but Ryan Schimpf Enjoyer, good name, says, does the extension start next year or this year? That's a big deal, obviously. That's an entire year of control. Yeah. I've been assuming that it started this year and that it bought out 4 years of free agency, but that's not necessarily the case. It could not start until next year, which would then mean you've got him for 10 more years, which would truly put you into your 60s by the time that he is that he's done. So, we'll try to see if we can get the details. So it runs through at least 2034, according to Kevin Acee now in the Union Tribune. So 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33. Yeah, 10 more years. So it doesn't kick in until next year, according to that reporting, which means also from a competitive balance tax issue, because it doesn't kick in until next year, Jackson will still make the minimum essentially this year and won't cause the Padres to take a massive luxury tax hit on the contract, which would be prorated all the way to this year at its $15 million level, which means they'd have to pay another $4 or $5 million in luxury taxes if they did it. So that does mean a full 10 years plus that 11th year essentially would be the club or the player option, depending on whether he has a top 5 MVP finish or not.
Okay.
All right. So again,
did you want me to weigh in on something?
No. We're just waiting on official word from the San Diego Padres and an announcement.
Boy, we kind of made it official, though. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of details, but at some point they will officially announce that probably later this morning.
All right.
Meanwhile, we had the other surprising news yesterday from college basketball after Magoon Guath kind of disappointed San Diego State fans by entering the transfer portal and leaving San Diego State after his freshman year. Posted on Instagram last night, always a risky thing to do on April Fool's Day, that
it scared me.
He intends to return to San Diego State now for his sophomore season. He explored the transfer portal, and according to most of the reporting, was getting plenty of interest, including a visit to Kentucky.
Yeah.
And what we've heard is, a big money offer from Kentucky. Consider it's going to be at least $1.5 million or more from Kentucky. But after going through that process, Magoon came to the conclusion that, no, he wants to come back to San Diego State next year at what will almost certainly be quite a bit less NIL money. I don't think the Aztecs can even get up to $1 million for one single player in NIL. So why would he do this, Woods? Why would he come back? Well, I mean, my speculation would be that he's comfortable at San Diego State, and while he could make more money, he's worried that his development will be hampered by having to learn a new system with a new coach. You don't know what your playing time situation is going to be, who your teammates are going to be.
Well, I could have told you that.
Right. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. But it's always better when the player reaches that conclusion for himself. And, you don't want to feel like you're strong-arming your guys into staying. Now, Magoon says he will continue like Miles Byrd through the draft process, the combine workouts, whatever he's invited to, and could still go the pro route, which is absolutely legitimate as well. But my sense would be that he's got at least one more year of college left in him. And I now expect Magoon Guath to be wearing an Aztecs uniform next year for his sophomore season, which makes this potentially a special year coming up for San Diego State with Bird back, Magoon back. They just announced that transfer yesterday.
Yep.
That's going to the 6'9" forward that they picked up. And they had a visit yesterday from the number 3 assist man in all of college basketball last year, someone potentially to replace Nick Boyd as running the offense if they land him in the transfer portal. So Brian Dutcher putting in the work, as he always does here early in the college basketball offseason, and trying to set up what should be a good San Diego State team for next year.
Well, and you do need to brace yourself for the fact that Magoon Guath may get drafted. Now, he may not like where he gets drafted and he
has to decide before the actual draft.
Before the draft.
Yeah,
but
they'll
projections.
Tell him though kind of where they think he's going to go, and if it's not high enough, then my guess would be that he comes back to San Diego State for next year.
And by his own words, if I come back to school, I'm coming back to San Diego State. What a nice turnaround. I mean, what a nice, much needed turnaround.
So say he's in the same boat as Miles Byrd now, who has also said, if I come back to school, I am coming back to San Diego State next season.
Yep.
So they get both of those guys back, along with some of the other, younger guys that had good seasons, Miles Heide, Taj DeGorville, Farrell Compton. They've not entered the transfer portal. I mean, it's not closed yet. You can still change your mind at some point, but seems like San Diego State's going to have a pretty loaded roster of up-and-comers for next season and are in a good spot going into the 2025-2026 campaign.
I like it, buddy. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it feels like college basketball for us has been kind of left by the wayside. And you guys argued that having all number 1 seeds in the tournament was a good thing, but certainly not driving a ton of discussion here or elsewhere. I mean, I think people will watch the games and there'll be good matchups, but it doesn't have that same, intrigue factor when you have just, Florida, Auburn, Houston, Duke, all the 1 seeds going to the Final Four. You're just now waiting for the games to happen.
Yeah.
It's just all expected. It's what we, it's the chalkiest of chalk, and we'll just wait until the games are played on Saturday. But what do we talk about?
I mean, I said it when it happened. I asked the question, hey, is your interest still going to be at its peak with San Diego State getting knocked out early, with UCSD getting knocked out early? And I thought to myself, yeah, I don't really have a dog in this fight. I really don't. And, you coincide that with the start of baseball season that I've been salivating for like a rabid dog. Yeah, I've lost interest, 100%. I don't know that I'll watch the games this weekend. I'm more likely to see who the White Sox are taking on. Honestly, I'm just being completely honest with you guys. I don't care enough to watch when there's baseball on, and especially when my team is playing as well as they are. I was out of town for the first kind of go through. Nobody was watching it there. And I just kind of, it lost me after our teams got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but you don't, like the baseball playoffs don't lose you
never
when the Padres get knocked out.
No, never, because I love baseball.
That's true.
Like,
You're just a more intense
I'm the
baseball
opposite.
fan.
I didn't watch. I can't watch like when it was painful as it was last year.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't watch a single inning of the NLCS.
But that doesn't make sense then, because it was so painful. You're an Aztec and they lost, and you still watch the basketball.
They didn't lose like as
They
painfully.
didn't lose like that, but they still lost, but you're still watching all these games.
Yeah, I like college basketball.
See, I like baseball.
I like baseball too, just not.
I mean, I had to watch
more than playoff atmosphere.
I have to soak it in, bro. It's for me. It's like it's the last beer at the keg. You got to finish this thing. We're here. We put in the work. It's been a long. We've gotten this keg down to the bottom. I got to get the last scraps out of it before I hit the road in an Uber. But you know what I mean? I got to finish this keg. I've put in this much work and time and effort to watch these games. There's nothing better than playoff baseball, in my opinion. Even though March Madness is great if you do have a rooting
I don't know what
interest.
time the games are on Saturday, because the Padres play at like 11 a.m.
Oh, do they? Yeah, then I may watch some.
I think it's like 11 o'clock or 10
I think
o'clock.
every day in Chicago.
Yeah, they're early.
The early starts.
No, it's the coinciding with the baseball season. Really, it's going to be tough to keep me.
All right, so I've got some more details here on the contract extension for Jackson Merrill. We can share those coming up. We also have don't do this. Maybe we'll sneak in a DDT story or two. But
I got a good one.
Okay, good. Woods has got a good one. And then we will get confirmation and hopefully word on an official announcement and news conference for the Padres. But we will let you know as soon as we hear something. Coming up with Ben and Woods. Don't go anywhere. We continue next on 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 000-466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
Last day of the homestand today, day game, which means if you're heading down to the ballpark and looking for something to do afterwards, perhaps a quick drive down to 7 Mile Casino may be in order later this afternoon, this evening.
Oh, it's a good idea. Yeah, the early game, head on down and grab some food, sit down, play some California-style blackjack. There's a lot to do at 7 Mile Casino, no matter what your game is, right? All card games. They got Texas Hold'em, Pai Gow, Baccarat. They if you're a high-limit guy, you want high stakes, they can take care of you there as well. It's a smoke-free environment, no slot machines. So get in there, play some cards, have some food, hit the road.
Yeah, enjoy dinner. Sammy's at 7 Mile has the traditional Sammy's wood-fired pizza menu, the barbecue chicken pizza, the chicken tequila fettuccine, some of San Diego's favorite menu items. But then, late nights, whenever, the 24/7 players menu with items like the Kung Pao chicken, best in town. It's a great, comfortable restaurant, and atmosphere is well connected right there to the card room with unbelievable patio that looks over on San Diego Bay. So many great reasons to visit 7 Mile Casino. Check it out tonight. Check it out this weekend. Just check it out sometime. Tell them Ben and Woods sent you right there off the 5 in Chula Vista on Bay Boulevard. 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from downtown.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
All right, it's time for DDT. It is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Don't.
Leave your entire estate, house, kids, and life savings up to chance if and when you die.
Do.
Set up a Trust or Will online at trustandwill.com.
This
is a lot more affordable than you think. Visit trustandwill.com for more info. I'm going to
Ben's trying really hard to make that a thing.
I'm going to need more enthusiasm.
He's trying so hard.
I'm sorry.
right. I'm in a character actor mode right now.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you some more details on Jackson Merrill's contract in the do this portion of the segment. But I will start with another baseball story that I thought was a don't do this. Maybe you will disagree, Woods.
You need to explain this to me like I'm 5 because I watched a few videos on it.
College baseball is a little different than professional baseball because of the weird travel circumstances. The SEC has a curfew rule on getaway day Sundays because they know the team has to get back to school for, Monday classes. So they don't want the games to go too late on Sundays. So they miss their flights. Whatever. So Kentucky is playing at Texas A&M on Sunday this past weekend, and the game started at 1, but according to the SEC, no inning can start after 4:30.
Okay.
So Kentucky's got the lead, 10-5. It's the 8th inning. 4:30 is starting to creep up, but it's not there yet. And in the 8th inning, all of a sudden, the Wildcats with their lead start having problems with their pitch comm, their communication device. They have those in the SEC in college baseball. Now 2 outs in the 8th, so they do that for a few minutes, then a mound visit, and they stall on that. They kick their feet around as long as possible, and then
A&M's coach starts losing it,
yeah,
right?
and he's screaming at them like, let's go. They want to get up at least and have a chance in the 9th inning, but they can't start a 9th inning after 4:30. Well, they ran out the clock long enough that by the time the inning ended, it was 4:31, and the umpires called the game, and Texas A&M wasn't able to take their at-bat in the 9th inning and try to come back and win the game. Not that, I mean, they were down 5. It was unlikely, but certainly college baseball, you see
it
10-run innings all the time. They're not that uncommon. So, yeah, big shouting match between Aggies manager Michael Early and Kentucky manager Nick Mingione. Obviously they accused Kentucky of gamesmanship,
Sure.
and I think it was gamesmanship.
I think it was too, and I'm trying to think how this correlates to the story we did the other day, because I want to make sure that my message is consistent, because I think this is incredibly tired. I do. The other one that happened when they didn't put a guy's name on the roster,
right?
Let him throw one pitch and said he's ineligible. We'll take the win.
I said don't do that.
I loved it.
Just let him know beforehand, hey, that guy can't pitch. He's not in your roster, but don't let him throw a pitch and then make it an instant forfeit.
It's a great display of strategy. And again, they have no one to blame but themselves. Guys, it's a clerical error. I've got my roster. I looked at it. I didn't double check it. And you cost your team a game. This is different to me. This is you're messing with a little bit of the fabric of the game. I know we have a pitch clock in baseball now, but we don't have a game clock. Right? We don't have a game clock in baseball, and I love that. And pitch clock be damned, Ben. If the Padres and the Guardians start their game at 1 o'clock today and they go to 19 innings, guess what? They go to 19 innings, even though they have a getaway day. I know it's different rules for college. I know it is.
It's just that conference, too, right?
Is it just that conference that has that?
Does every conference
I don't know if any other conferences
I've never heard of a rule like that.
But I understand why it's in there. However,
I hate that.
The essence of baseball is you can't ever run out the clock.
Correct.
In a baseball
game.
And
in this case, they did. And again, whose fault it is, actually? It's on the umpires. The umpires have to be savvy enough to know. Bro, they'll get us in our league. Hey, let's go in and out. Like, you got to keep this thing moving, dude.
Or at least give them the authority to say, hey, you can stall all you want, but if we don't, like in soccer, we'll just add a little extra time to the curfew, a minute or two. We can override the curfew rule if we think you're trying to skate it and get around it. There has to be some sort of way that teams can't just stall the clock to get to the end of the game. What, are you going to fake injuries now? It's 4:15, but the guy drops dead. It's a 3-2 game. It's 4:15. The conference title is on the line, and all of a sudden the second baseman drops dead. I'm having a heart attack out on the field. Call out the EMTs. 15 minutes later,
game's over.
I'm fine. It's okay. I feel better now. Game's over. I mean, you can't. I know that's an extreme example, but obviously there needs to be some sort of refinement of these SEC curfew rules.
Yeah, no doubt. And I really do. I put a lot of it on the umpires. They know exactly what's going on for sure.
Yeah.
What's my turn? All right, I got to ask what Major League Baseball is doing. So yesterday, to no surprise, you're going to see Major League Baseball, the official Twitter or X account of Major League Baseball, Ben, send out, well, I mean, are you surprised that it was a hype video of Shohei Ohtani? New Shohei Ohtani hype video just dropped. So if you click on
when that album finally comes, it better be good.
For real. So it's a 19-second video of him putting on his batting gloves, just getting all hyped up. But everyone that saw it started to notice something on the screen. And you reached up and tried to wipe it off the screen. It's a
short curly hair.
It's a pubic hair.
Well,
it's a pube.
Could be just a regular hair. I mean, people
Why?
have curly hairs on their head as well.
That's a pube, dude.
It's curly hair.
That's a pube. What? Why Major League Baseball? Why? But why a pube? Why not anything else?
Did you try to wipe it off?
Yes.
And they got you.
Yes. They got I know that they got me. But don't you think that's a little weird? Hey, I got an idea. Let's do something.
So it's definitely intentional.
Yes. Let's do something that we know people are going to see and probably, get mad about unless you're a Dodger fan, because everyone's tired. They send 50 tweets a day about it. But they put a pube in it. It's a bit risque, no?
Trying to wipe it off.
Yeah,
here.
Keep trying to wipe it off. It doesn't go anywhere.
Could be an eyelash.
It's the longest eyelash on the planet. Look, guys, I know it's an April Fool's joke. I know it was. But why would you go with a pube? Why wouldn't you go with something else? Look at it.
What else? What else could you put on there? Like a fly?
And a fly is brilliant. A spider, a little gnat, something. Why a pube? Of all things to do. Why even put something that could be misconstrued as a pube? How about that?
You just stop saying it. I think people in the chat are starting to get a little uncomfortable.
What? That's what it's called. D,
Making sure Adam's not running down the hall right
D
now.
said, the hair on my head looks like pubic hair, bro. Don't be so prejudgmental. Like Ben said, make it a fly, not a pube. You don't have to put pubes on there. Just do flies, bugs. Now, the comments that I saw, I can't even read on the air because you can get the gist of why they would be posting that on a video of Shohei Ohtani, who they post everything about him. This dude stole a base the other night, and they're like, "Oh my God, look at the jump he got!" I think it's a bit at this point. I think they're like, "Hey, let's see how because they get more engagement on it when people complain that they're always just glazing the Dodgers." So it's actually a pretty smart move to do, but you do get tired of
Let's
seeing
drive 29 of our fan base is insane.
Yeah.
Really
it. Yeah,
great
smart
bit.
marketing. Yeah, great bit. But I mean, I'm not joking.
It's the bad part of the social media age that we're in.
For sure.
I promise you, if social media was around in the 90s, Michael Jordan would be posted 25 times a day by @NBA. We see it. We how tired are you of Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
Like you
just stick
it just
with what
sucks.
works, right?
You got to stick to the highest, the highest attraction of a superstar that you have.
I mean, these fools are out here posting, here's Roki Sasaki's first inning strikeout. It's like, hey, man, Roki Sasaki's already pitched in the big leagues. He made his debut. Here's his strikeout. And it just, whatever. But then hope that doesn't come back to bite us. But you throw a pube up there, you change the whole story.
All right, finally, how about some do this?
DD mega
do this breaking news story this morning. The Padres announcing a 9-year, well, not announcing yet, but should be announcing soon, a 9-year contract extension for Jackson Merrill. We have some new details, courtesy of Kevin Acee of the Union Tribune. Woods, you ready?
I'm ready.
Contract has no opt-outs, includes a team option for 2035 that starts at $21 million. The option can switch to be Merrill's choice if he finishes in the top 5 in MVP voting in any year of the contract. Additionally, the annual salaries beginning in 2030 increased by $1 million for every year Merrill gets 500 plate appearances and $1 million for every year he finishes in the top 10 in MVP voting, which means the contract could be worth as much as $204 million and could rightly be considered a 10-year, $165 million deal if Merrill stays healthy. The Merrill deal is the second largest contract given out since John Seidler took over as team chairman, along with the 4-year, $55 million contract starting pitcher Nick Pivetta signed in February. So
no opt-outs.
No opt-outs for Jackson.
An opt-out every year.
No opt-outs. It can go
crazy,
up.
Man.
So it goes up pretty much
Refreshing.
automatically as long as he stays healthy, and goes up by $2 million if he is good and finishes in the top 10 of MVP voting, which you would think that he will probably do at least a few times over the next few years. So those are some of the details that are coming out of the contract for Jackson Merrill this morning, and that is don't and do this for a Wednesday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, so we will continue to monitor our channels on official news from the San Diego Padres. We'll talk more about the Padres' 6-0 start, and still somewhat overshadowed, at least baseball-wise, by Shohei's Dodgers, who are now 7-0 on the season as they won again yesterday, but certainly shaping up to be an incredible NL West this year so far. Get to all of that coming up next year on 97.3 The Fan.
Yeah, man, I told you guys yesterday, went to the gym working out with my trainer, Brent, and he said, hey, I want to try to lift a little bit heavier today. In fact, I want you to lift heavier than you ever have on this certain exercise. And I said, all right, I'll give it a go. And I did it. And I was very proud of myself, but I couldn't help but think there's no chance I could have lifted even 5 pounds. It's a couple of years ago when I was in here with the pain in my wrists. Now I did it yesterday, did a bunch of reps with it, and woke up 0 pain. It feels incredible. That's all 100% thanks to QC Kinetics. They changed my life completely. Playing baseball again, loving that. Playing guitar again, -1 string, loving that as well. Having a ball, doing all the things that I feel like I was always meant to do and that I wasn't able to do for a long time. It was really quite depressing. So if that's you, if you're feeling like that right now, you're missing out on weekends with the boys, playing baseball or golf or surfing with your buddies or jogging or riding your bike, whatever it is, because of the debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, or other joints. Call QC Kinetics today. Free consultation, costs you nothing. 619-614-PAIN. The number 619-614-PAIN. 2 locations, one in Torrey Hills, one in Hillcrest. Call them today. 619-614-PAIN. Stop living with chronic joint pain. All right, 619-614-PAIN. Let them know Woodsy sent you.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
pretty major shout out to his family right now for the great, legendary Val Kilmer, who passed away yesterday at the age of 65. Not an April Fool's joke. Saw this come down last night, was instantly just heartbroken. Definitely a my generation kind of guy, mine and Benny's for sure. But he spanned decades of some just my favorite movies. I mean, not the biggest roles in all of them, but he was in so many of my favorite movies. And when he got a role, that dude took it and he lived it and he ran with it. I actually heard not the best guy to work with because remember the movie Tombstone, and you remember Johnny Ringo. Believe that actor's name is Michael, I think it's Bean, B-I-E-H-N-E. Let's call him Michael Bean for now. Bain. And they said, so what was it like working with Val Kilmer? He goes, I don't know. I never met Val Kilmer. I met Doc Holliday. Said that's who he was the entire film. It was never like, hey, how you doing, buddy? All right, let's get in this scene. You go here, I'll go here. He never broke character. Obviously, Benny, like we grew up with Val Kilmer. The first movie I ever saw him in was a movie called Top Secret, which was hysterical. It was like a parody. And then he was in Real Genius, which I absolutely loved.
So that was one of my favorites.
Mine too.
Growing up, I watched Real Genius like 30 times, and lo and behold, I found out. So when I went to college at Pomona College, I lived in the dorm that they filmed Real Genius in.
Did it still have the trap door and everything that they have?
That was a movie
roller
set,
coaster.
but you can see there's a staircase.
Yeah.
Remember the staircase?
Yep.
I lived at the top of that staircase.
Didn't they ice that staircase?
They did.
Yes.
They did. I lived at the top of that staircase.
Crazy.
It's the Mud Blaisdell dorm on the South Campus of Pomona College. It was the fictional university in Real Genius where that was supposedly took place. Pacific Tech University, I think they called it. And I love that movie. And I didn't even know when I applied to college and ended up going there, and I ended up living right at the top of that staircase in the movie Real Genius. It was a really cool room. There was 2 rooms up there. It was a 4. So it was 2 bedrooms. So me and my roommate and our 2 of our friends were on the other, and there was a bathroom connecting in the middle for all of us. But there was no one else on that floor. It was just us at the top of that staircase.
So great
in the movie, and I thought that was really cool. I got to live in the Real Genius dorm.
I loved that movie when I was a kid. He was so good in it.
Tombstone was incredible to me. Born in 1990, a little bit younger than you guys. He is always Iceman.
Yeah, well,
of course.
So that was kind of after Real Genius. The funny thing about that role, he had zero desire to play Iceman. None. Was actually going to go shoot a very arty movie with like Brian De Palma or something in another foreign part of the world. But Tony Scott, the director, was like in love with him, like obsessed with him. We have to get you for this film. You know how much total screen time Iceman has in the movie Top Gun? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And he steals that movie.
You guys really are cowboys. What's your problem, Kazansky? You're everyone's problem. That's because every time you go up in the air, you're unsafe. I don't like you because you're dangerous. That's right. Nice, man. I am dangerous.
It's funny because he does such a great job. He's kind of the villain, like in the movie, but he's not.
But he's not. He's not a villain.
He's not a villain.
Not flying a MiG.
He's not a villain at all. You never meet
the
villains, the people who fly in the MiGs. He's on, Maverick's team eventually, and of course at the end they share the moment. But he's the guy
saves his life.
He's the guy but he's the guy that you kind of rooting against somehow in the beginning because they have the competition at Top Gun. But he pulls it off so well as to both be likable yet also the villain of the movie. It was just well done.
So after Top Gun, my favorite when I started to discover music on my own, well, not my own, my dad turned me on to the Doors, and nobody else my age was listening to the Doors really, not that I knew of. And I fell in love with the Doors and Jim Morrison and the whole thing. And then the Doors movie comes out, and I'm like, oh my god, Val Kilmer, oh my god.
The day destroy the night. Night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break all through
sang all
He
the
sang
music.
all
Yep,
of that.
sang
That's,
all
that's
the
pretty
music.
incredible. It sounds really good.
It's really, really good. It had the mannerisms down, had the face, the hair, the whole thing. I remember sneaking into the movie theater to see that, buying a ticket for something else, and going in with a couple of my buddies to sit and watch the magnum opus of Oliver Stone and Val Kilmer. I just fell in love with it, and he was so good. I even liked that Lion movie he did with Michael Douglas years down the road. I can't remember the name of it, but it was really, really good. Then he played John Holmes, legendary adult film star John Holmes in the movie Wonderland. If you haven't seen Wonderland, put it on in your queue today and watch it. His performance is brilliant, and it is a
Boogie Nights-esque.
Boogie Nights-esque, but with a lot more edge than Boogie Nights. Have you not seen it?
I haven't seen Wonderland.
All right, I'm gonna watch the movie. Listen to the Wonderland podcasts, all of it, Paulie. You will be obsessed with it. Another little under the radar movie called The Salton Sea, where he plays like a meth dealer. He was brilliant in that. The Saint. I love The Saint. Plays a spy he has all these different get-ups and outfits, and he's kind of corny, but Ghost in the Darkness. That was the one with the lion. I loved that.
Okay. Not the Island of Dr.
No.
Moreau. Okay.
But then came the banger of all bangers. Heat. My favorite movie of all time. Plays Chris Hairless, Ashley Judd's husband. He was incredible in it. Incredible. So when this news broke last night, I sat there and I went through his Wikipedia. I mean, there's dozens others. I mean, Batman. He was in Batman.
Yeah.
Played Elvis in True Romance. Tombstone, he's Doc Holliday. What a career for Val Kilmer. I felt yesterday like a piece of my youth died. When it happened, people die all the time. It sucks. You know, you're like, oh man, I really liked his music or his art or whatever. But with Val, who was cooler than that guy? Like, everyone loved Tom Cruise when I was a kid. I thought Val Kilmer was the coolest. I thought Iceman was the baddest MF
I did as a kid. Like when I first watched Top Gun,
the
I'm
haircut,
like, that slick back, blonde hair with the shades. I'm like, he looks cool.
He just commanded the room when he walked in. I was like, that's the guy.
That's a badass.
That is a bad dude. So I don't know him. I will miss him, man. I really will. And we'll go back to many of those films that I just named. I'll go back to those for the rest of my life. I'll watch Tombstone. I will watch Heat. I will watch Real Genius. I will watch The Salton Sea. I'll watch The Doors. All of it.
Well, and how much more does the sequel now to Top Gun mean?
Yeah,
those scenes that him and Tom Cruise had
when he was hit even harder when you rewatch
clearly
it. Yeah,
ill.
It had
two
two tracheotomies, chemo, and he still went through the role. They had to augment his voice, I think, with like AI because he really couldn't speak at that point. But yeah, that's gonna hit even harder next time I watch Top Gun Maverick.
It was so sad, man. It really was when you saw that. But it was also very cool that they were able to do that. But Paul, you were an Entourage guy.
Yeah.
Do you remember Val Kilmer in Entourage?
No.
He played Val Kilmer. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he played Val Kilmer, who lived next door to them. And he grew pot and stuff, and they would hang out with him. Yeah. He played this really kooky. I think it was season 1.
Yeah.
I think he played a kooky version of himself. And they're like, oh my God, that's Val Kilmer. And he's like, come on inside, boys. And he's all like Middle Eastern vibes and weed and everything else. He was so good, man.
So Paulie, in Ben and Wood's tradition, if you would, the full treatment.
The full one.
And I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So, shout out to his family.
Rest in peace.
Iceman.
In power. Iceman, Johnny Wad, Jim Morrison. Ken nailed it here. Watch Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. What an underrated. I think he produced it or directed that as well, but it's he and Robert Downey Jr. He's incredible, man. He was incredible. And they did a documentary about him, 21, I think, and it's called Val. And I can't bring myself to watch it because I knew he was sick and I knew what it was about. And I was like, I don't want to watch him in pain and suffering.
Honestly, the sequel was tough enough.
It was tough enough.
And how he was like using the iPad or whatever to communicate with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
And just knowing what he was going through in real life and how they mixed that into the character of Iceman and how much he cared for Maverick.
It was rad, dude.
I can't say enough. I will forever be like just floored by how good that sequel
Me
was
too.
and how bad we thought it would be.
Correct.
And you're like, that was one of the best movies I've ever seen.
It was really good. Steve just says, check out his autobiography called I'm Your Huckleberry. You'll dig it. I will absolutely read that. I'm collecting books for my cross world flight in July. So I will pick that up today. I'm Your Huckleberry. I've just always loved him, dude. Oh yeah, Adam says, talk about all the issues he caused on the set of The Island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, he and Marlon Brando got into it. He and Tom Sizemore got into it on a movie called Red Planet. He was not easy. He was not an easy guy to work with. And then, a couple people came out and said, listen, everybody has their different...
A lot of the greats weren't easy to work with.
Yeah, like Ben. I mean, Ben is not easy to work with.
Example A.
Example A, 1A.
1A.
But you put up with it because
worth it.
he's genius. So you wear it a little bit, but...
I have my process.
Yeah, you do have your process.
Yeah.
You do. But no, it was sad, dude. I was really this one got me yesterday when I saw it because I just love the guy's all his art through his whole life. He really I like somebody that commits, and he committed hard to these roles. Doc Holliday, did anybody believe that he didn't actually have tuberculosis when he did that role? Because I've never seen anybody look more like they had tuberculosis than that dude. Lunger. All right, Lunger. I mean, it was so good. So anyway, man, I'll miss Val Kilmer terribly.
Now, my process is telling me that we need to check traffic, and then we can get back to a little baseball talk. The NL West, very competitive through this first week of the season. That's coming up next year on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Hamul Casino. Guys, the colder the weather, the more commonplace this becomes. Southbound 5, just past Garnett, reports of a possible encampment fire from the right shoulder. Also, northbound 5 at E Street, we have reports of a stalled vehicle. They managed to move that over to the right shoulder. Northbound side of the 805 is stalled just before Balboa. It's in a center divide. Also, westbound 52 before Santo Road, we have reports of some sort of debris in that left lane. And still clearing an accident westbound 78 Twin Oaks Valley Road off-ramp. Northbound 15 past El Norte Parkway. That traffic alert remains in effect for that early morning crash. It's blocking the 2 left lanes. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at hamulcasino.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Let's talk about the most overlooked team in baseball through the first, 5-6 days of the season. The San Francisco Giants, possibly. They are 4-1 now after a 3-1 win. Beat the Astros again yesterday. Logan Webb, 7 innings, 1 earned run. And with the Dodgers at 7-0 and the Padres at 6-0, the Giants are getting no attention. Even the Diamondbacks, who are behind them, they have Eugenio Suarez, who has 5 home runs. Eugenio Suarez has as many home runs as the San Diego Padres do. Padres are 6-0, and they have the same number of home runs as Eugenio Suarez does, who had a grand slam yesterday as they knocked the Yankees from the ranks of the unbeaten with a 7-5 win. But the Giants are off to they have to be thrilled with the start that their team has gotten off to this season, and they're going, we got 2 teams that are undefeated in our division that are ahead of us. We're going the Padres are finally 6-0 for the first time in franchise history, and they're still in second place to the Dodgers. The Giants are going, we're 4-1. We'd be in first place pretty much anywhere else in baseball, and we're at a distant third right now in our division in the NL West.
What are the Diamondbacks at? I know they beat the Yankees yesterday.
4-2, I believe.
4-2.
3-2 or 4-2.
We knew this. We called this. Everybody did. It's a really talented division.
The top 4 teams are 20-3 in the NL West so far this year.
That is bananas, man. That is bananas. And 2 of those teams are undefeated.
Yes. So we said it was going to be a really good division. I didn't exactly foresee it was going to be this good. The Dodgers, of course, it's 7-0. It's the best start ever for a reigning World Series champion. It's their best start since they moved to Los Angeles from Brooklyn. They've never been 7-0 in LA. So, teams don't get off to starts like this. Do you guys know the all-time record? I believe 13-0
to start the season.
To start the season
By whom?
Is the record. I want to say the Orioles, maybe.
They had the
all-time record.
I thought they had the record of losses to start a season.
To a baseball season. I heard Chris Ella talking about this yesterday. I feel like he said it was 13-0. 13 games. The Rays just recently tied the streak. I forgot about that. 2 years ago, when they started 13-0. But the what's the modern era record? Longest opening win streaks to start the season. The Rays. This is a very bad list. I don't know why that's so confusing looking, but the Rays went 13-0 a couple of years ago. Well, it doesn't tell me who they tied the record of. So anyway, we're still quite a ways away from that. But what my point was? Yeah, the Dodgers keep winning. Dustin May back on the mound with 5 innings, 1 unearned run, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts. He's starter number 6 or 7
nasty
for them in their rotation. Mookie has 3 go-ahead home runs this season already. Hit a 2-run go-ahead shot when they were down 1-0 in the 6th.
Check your email.
Check my email. Is it official?
It is official.
All right. We have the official word from the San Diego Padres. Jackson Merrill signed to a 9-year contract extension through the 2024 season.
2034.
2034, thank you. That was in the past. And with that, I believe there is also a separate announcement that there will be a news conference later this morning that we will carry live here on 97.3 The Fan. I believe the plans are for 9:30 this morning, that we will go live to Petco Park to hear from Jackson Merrill and A.J. Preller and whoever else that they have lined up for us to officially introduce a long-term member of the San Diego Padres, Jackson Merrill, cornerstone player. Here's a quote from A.J. Preller in the press release. As an entire organization, we are excited to make this long-term commitment to Jackson. From the day we signed him, Jackson has embodied everything we look for in cornerstone players: a dynamic two-way skill set, a commitment to off-field excellence, and a mentality centered on winning and bringing his teammates with him. With Jackson joining our core for years to come, today marks another important step in our journey toward our first World Series championship. A.J. Preller.
God, that's good, man. What great news this morning. I'm riding high. Everyone should be riding high right now.
Very happy.
Very happy too. Good kid. Good kid. Happy for his parents. Would love to pick their brain on, sometime to figure out how do you raise that kid? How does that happen?
He almost made me mad yesterday. I watched a little bit of the post game right after the game ended, getting tired, falling asleep, and he's doing his on field with Pomeranz and Mariluz. I don't know. She asked him something like, "What's it like in that clubhouse right now? How are the vibes with how well this team's playing?" And he's just like, "It's the right answer. It's the robotic. We're just having
fun.
We're having a good time, but I'm just here to win games and do my best for this city." And I'm like, show a little bit more. Like, be a 21-year-old. You were built in a lab as a perfect baseball specimen.
I don't think he needs to change one single solitary thing. He's perfect right now. He's perfect.
Sammy Levitt,
and he's ours.
I believe, is on his way down to Petco Park. We'll have some one-on-one flagship station interviews for you again later this morning. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of the Jackson Merrill contract extension continues here on the home of the Padres. More Ben and Woods next on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Halfway home on one of the better days I can remember, being live on the radio in San Diego in 15 years, certainly. We are Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan is our home, and very happy to be here this morning with you. I'm Woodsy, that's Paul Reindl, the executive producer of the program. Ben Higgins, your friendly neighborhood sports anchor, joins us as well, and a very momentous day with the extension of the great Jackson Merrill. Is going to be here a long, long time.
Jeff Passan weighing in a couple of minutes ago, 9 years, $135 million, and allows the Padres to keep one of the best players in the game through his prime years. San Diego is 6-0, and this is by far its biggest win of the season so far.
Love it.
From Jeff Passan this morning. So he didn't get the scoop. That went to Robert Murray of Fansided at 6 a.m. this morning.
He's
right
good.
As,
I love
right as
Robert
we were
Murray.
coming on the air.
Crazy.
And, getting ready to start what we thought was going to be a pretty fun show, just talking about the Padres' 6-0 start. We had the double good news at the beginning and then officially announced by the Padres just a few minutes ago. And they have now officially announced a news conference at 9:30 this morning. We will carry it commercial-free, 9:30 with Jackson Merrill and A.J. Preller. Sammy Levitt will have interviews, one-on-ones with Jackson and A.J. as well. We'll be back here just kind of coordinating and orchestrating and throwing it out to Sammy for full coverage of the Padres news conference to extend Jackson Merrill.
Selfishly, does that mean we get to leave early?
No.
It does
Well,
not.
I mean, I guess I could probably do it without you.
Oh, I'll stay. If you're
but,
staying, I'll
there might be
stay.
a few minutes in between the end of the news conference
That's
and
true.
the start of Sammy's
All right.
interviews that we can chat about what we just heard.
Well,
So-
I'll stay here.
And I don't know,
It's fine.
I don't know how long the news conference portion will go on. Jackson's not a
Mm-mm.
run-on sentences sort of guy, and neither is really A.J. Preller. So
Right.
if those are the only two speakers, it might
Could be a minute and a half.
might move rather rapidly, actually.
Yeah. Probably could have just done this on an email, guys. I mean, if it's those two guys, just send out an email. We'll read it and we'll call it a day. But no, I'm excited. We'll be carrying it right here on 97.3 The Fan. More exciting news today, guys. Just a delayed. You guys remember the Christmas and holiday extravaganza, right? Ben and Woods annual Christmas and holiday extravaganza. We do our exchanging of gifts, and we all get each other really good gifts. And I always feel bad if I order something and it doesn't arrive on time. It's happened to Paulie before. Paulie had got me some really beautiful baseball cards of my kids. And
They
then
arrived that afternoon.
that afternoon after the show was over. But you have to do the thing where you like print out what it is. Here, you're going to be getting this suitcase in a month. So look forward to that, right? Well, that happened to me. I bought you guys these items, and they did not come. And in fact, they did not come until yesterday. Yesterday, it is April 1st.
Oh my God.
Instead of December 20th when we did the Christmas and holiday extravaganza.
That's right.
Is this our jersey?
And I went to the mailbox, and they have arrived, my friends. You're signed, Jonathan Moxon. Well, James Vanderbeek
Right.
jerseys are here. Now that's signed by
Varsity Blues.
Varsity Blues, James Vanderbeek, and it's a collector's item. Now, Paulie did the story.
Thanks, buddy.
Paulie did the story on. Put it on. Everyone, let's see how it looks. Paulie did the story. James Vanderbeek suffering from cancer, and kind of put out this thing of like, hey man, I've got all these jerseys. I'll sign them and send them to you and help pay for my cancer treatments. And I thought, we all loved the movie Varsity Blues, except maybe Ben. But we loved the movie.
Yeah, I liked
Varsity. Oh, you did? Oh, I bet
I
you
am
did.
human.
I bet you did like it. I can think of a couple of scenes I bet you liked a lot, Mr. Whipped Cream. But I thought, yeah, I'm going to get.
I do like it creamy, as you know.
Oh my God!
Wow.
So I thought to myself, I'm going to get these guys their signed jersey for Christmas. And it kind of ruined it when it didn't show up on time. But then again, he is battling cancer. So he finally got them out, shipped as promised. My guys rocking there. John Moxon, look at that. State champions patch on the side, 87 and 89.
Texas forever.
Texas forever. You got the signature on the back. You look great. That's the first football jersey you have ever worn in your life.
It is
not?
It's the literal first football jersey. I don't think I ever had any, like a junior sale or any jersey growing up I've had a Padre jersey or two over the years.
That Steve Largent jersey.
Oh, nice.
So I put it on over my sweatshirt. It looks like I have pads on.
You look like a lineman.
I could be a lineman now.
No, a tight end now.
Yeah, that's true.
You look like a lineman in the 70s.
I dropped some weight. So.
But Yeah, very, very good. Very, very good. You like it?
I do. It's actually a nice color.
Nice jersey. It's a good color.
It's a nice color.
That's Dodger blue, so I'm figuring you'd like that. But
it's not Dodger blue. This is nowhere even near Dodger
Ben,
blue.
you do a
this
great
is
job.
Detroit Lions.
That's true. It is Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions.
What was the name of their team, actually? It was the...
Ooh.
Somebody will tell us.
No, not the Wildcats. That was a whole different movie. Goldie Hawn.
Wildcats is a brilliant movie. Don't make it give up the kids, Frank. That movie's brilliant, by the way. Go see Wildcats if you haven't already. Young Wesley Snipes in it. So good.
The Varsity Blues High School was small town high school, West Canaan, Texas. West Canaan High School.
Coyotes.
The Coyotes.
Look at you guys.
Look it up.
You look like Billy Bob in that. I love that guy. So there it is. 4 months later. Literally 4 months later.
Fantastic.
You have it. It's signed by James Vanderbeek, and we now know that we could maybe help contribute a little bit to him hopefully feeling better. I do follow him on Instagram. Seems to be a great guy, great dad, is spending a lot of time with his kids. It's really sweet. So wear those jerseys, wear them with pride. Okay.
So did anybody let you guys know that you made television appearances last night?
No, had no idea.
No one mentioned it.
Nobody mentioned it.
Yeah. So trying to do a new thing with my new schedule at Channel 10 and bring some more Ben and Woods from the radio to television. And so in our 5 o'clock news last night, thought, okay, what's one of the hot button stories of the day? It's the Jurickson Profar 80-game suspension. We had a really good segment yesterday at 7 a.m. talking about that. So I clipped, just like a minute from our discussion where you were kind of pointing out, hey, he didn't test positive last year. I said, hey, those numbers are going to be called into question. And we kind of went back and forth and just took our YouTube stream and introduced it and, talked about it. Kimberly Hunt was a big fan of the segment. She thought played really well, looked good on the air. So I'd imagine that we're going to do that more often in the future, once or twice a week, maybe a little more Ben and Woods and Paul from 97.3 The Fan onto the Channel 10 airwaves.
I like that, man. Help us grow our audience. Only took you 7 years.
Just so you know, you won't be getting paid any extra.
Nothing
for
extra.
Those appearances. You get nothing for that.
Well, I also don't have to do any extra work. So
you also don't have. That's true.
We'll call it even. I see people all the time like, hey, I'm going to go down and do these news hits at TV stations. I'm like, that's a lot of driving and extra stuff. I don't want to do anything extra. This is plenty for me.
No, I do all the work.
Yeah.
You get the extra attention and promotion.
Okay. Works for me.
Now, Paula, you didn't say much during the clip, but you were on the screen, obviously, because we got all three of us.
You're like our AJ Hawk.
So Kimberly asked me at the end, who is the third guy who is there with you?
That's AJ Hawk.
AJ Hawk.
He works for us. Yeah.
PT Hawk.
So that's our
PT Hawk.
That's our great executive producer, Paul Reindl. He doesn't always say a lot, but he's ready to chime in. So he's always on the screen with us, whatever's happening, reacting to the big sports news of the day.
Staring at the camera for hours and hours.
Just keep in mind, at any moment,
any of this,
you may be on television for real. So don't, say, Paulie, like you do that. That's
you could be on there
staring straight forward without blinking.
Don't pick your nose.
Right. Don't pick your nose.
Don't moon the camera.
I mean, I will be very careful to edit it out. If I, for instance, was picking my nose,
right,
I will be less concerned
if it was
about
us.
what you two are doing on the other sides of the camera. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, good. And maybe give us a heads up of, hey, I might use that on the news tonight.
I mean, it is really an after the fact sort of thing.
Right. Hey,
that was a good segment. Maybe I will use that.
Right. Correct.
Probably will use maybe our Val Kilmer discussion on the
episode. Maybe
that was a good discussion.
It was good.
I don't think I'll probably use that actually.
But you guys look good in those jerseys, man. You really do.
Paulie, how long have you not blinked? This is getting creepy now. He has not moved at all. It looks like his camera's frozen.
Can you work a hot beef in to the news?
Hot beef at some point. I don't know. You want me to incorporate it into the
drop,
a newscast somewhere? Oh well, I mean, if we use it and Paulie plays the hot beef sound while we're talking about something, it will make the air on Channel 10.
You have to play it every segment.
I want to like to freak a lot of old people out.
You got a problem.
That could make the airwaves too. Who knows?
I kind of feel like left out that I didn't get myself a jersey. Because I'm looking at you guys. You look so good in them. And
I'm all more than
Ben
happy
would like to know if you'd
re-gift.
like his.
Oh no, it's
Would you like me to re-gift this?
it's a double. It's a
I know your
double
50th
XL.
birthday is coming up. I don't have any idea what to get you, but now I have a really good idea
I
of
like
what
that
you
you
want
got
for your
sizes as if we're going to be like
Wearing
wearing
them.
autographed jerseys around town.
I don't know why you wouldn't. They're so cool. No, who has them? You guys like, you like, Paul, you like special shoes and hats and stuff that nobody else has. It's a jersey. Nobody's got that jersey
Sure.
around here. Should have gotten one for myself. Damn it. Oh, you're asking what I want for my 50th birthday. Cash is perfect. Because I'm going to England.
Pounds.
So
You want pounds.
Yes. An S load of pounds is what I want. That's what I want.
Well, I lost a lot of pounds,
Pound
so
town.
you're welcome to them.
I'm going to literal pound town. I was looking at the conversions yesterday going, I have no idea. So I do need to like, I don't want to carry a bunch of cash.
They take all
Visa
the,
and
they take
everything?
all the electronic forms of
All right.
payment in England. Don't
All right.
worry. I don't think you need to actually
I need to get some pence,
convert.
some
Yeah,
pounds
some
and
pence
pence.
and pence. Yeah.
How
A
much is
penny or two?
How much is a sixpence? Is it 6
6
cents?
cents.
What is a pence?
I have no idea. It's like a cent, I think.
I'm going to be so dead when I go over there. You have no idea. Without my wife there to help get me around, I'm going to be a lost cause.
Speaking of presents, you can win some tickets to the big Vegas concert. We have not given them away yet. We've got a 1-week prize for Take on Woods for the When We Were Young Festival in Las Vegas on October 18th. Huge show. Paulie would love to go to this one. Blink 182, Panic in the Disco, and the Offspring.
on.
Your chance to win coming up next in Take on Woods. We need a contestant. Now's the time to call. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. We will play our game and get any more Jackson Merrill news for you when we come back with Ben and Woods after traffic on 97.3 The Fan. And perfect transition because it is now time for me to talk about all the pounds I have lost. And that is not the British currency. I'm talking about actual weight thanks to sdfatloss.com. I went through their weight loss program and it's just a good program. It's not based on any injections. You don't have to buy anything extra like shakes or bars. You simply prepare your own food, stuff from the grocery store. For me, it was a lot of chicken and steak. Ate that for 2 months, and I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. And that's exactly in line with what they expect when you follow the program. Up to a pound of fat per day, 10 to 20% of your body weight in 60 days by following the doctor developed, counselor-backed programs at sdfatloss.com. My colleagues, Chris and Matt Scraby, lost 77 pounds on their journeys. John down the hall, fantastic weight loss, and so many tier ones have lost hundreds, even thousands of pounds now with the sdfatloss.com plan. Just set up your free consultation at sdfatloss.com and take advantage of their spring special. Here still in the month of April, you can get $200 off and feel like a new you by the time summer rolls around in just a couple of months. Just make that first step by going to sdfatloss.com. Get your free consultation. sdfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place.
Just doing the math, the conversion. Jackson Merrill's contract extension only worth about £100 million.
Okay.
In England.
All right.
With at least the current exchange rate. So you're not quite getting the bang for your buck there in England, where pounds are very expensive.
One pence equals 1 penny UK equals $1.30 US penny. So like one. I don't want to mess with it. I'm just going to use my credit card.
Probably safe.
Just give me cash, though.
Sometimes they charge you extra international fees on your credit card.
Oh.
You might want to look into that before you go.
All right.
Just keeping that in mind.
You're still a few months
away.
Yeah, a few months away
from your trip.
Do you ever call your bank before you go on a trip?
Yeah, I think I will on this one. let them know. I'll be international man of mystery.
You do want to make sure, even if you're traveling domestically
I
to
do
a
it
different
anytime we go to
city.
spring training, Vegas.
Really?
anything.
Every time?
Oh yeah.
You don't want to get wherever you're going, and the first time you use a credit card,
Declined.
they deny it because they feel like, oh, this is weird. Why is he
Why
in
is he in
another
Europe?
city?
Or it's locked for
Yeah.
8 hours
Yeah,
or
and
something.
then you're trying to get it back. So it is smart. Yeah, you can actually do it in most apps now. You just type in, "Hey, travel warning, I'm going to this area for a couple of days." So don't worry about it if you see some charges. All right, it looks like we got a contestant on the line as we get ready for the Jackson Merrill press conference in just over an hour. Right now, we're going to play a little Take on Woods. Take on Woods, brought to you by Bay Alarm, security and fire alarms for every business. We got you, and we got Dre as our contestant for Take on Woods today. Hello, Dre.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Is this your first time playing?
Yeah.
All right.
Long-time listener.
Good luck. Good luck. You've got 5 questions of musical trivia head-to-head against Woods. And if you beat or tie him, we'll put you into this week's grand prize drawing. So far, nobody in for the tickets to the When We Were Young Festival in Las Vegas on October 18th, featuring Blink-182, Panic at the Disco, The Offspring, and more. Tickets for day 2 are on sale now at whenwewereyoungfestival.com. And to give you a little bit of an advantage, because Woods is pretty good at this, I will let you pick the category and keep him in the dark. So your choices are Basketball Goose. 5 questions with song titles that have something to do with basketball. We got La La Land, 5 song titles that include the word la. And we've got Without a Doubt, 5 song titles and artists including the word without. So Basketball Goose, La La Land, or Without a Doubt. Dre, what would you like to play?
Let's go with Basketball Dude.
Basketball Goose. All right, Tier 1 Goose. This is for you. He has authored today's category. This is all on him. It's inspired by March Madness, with every answer invoking the game of basketball. So think of basketball
Woods is gonna
terms.
love
This
this.
is going to be a very difficult one for Woods to figure out. All right, you'll have 60 seconds, Dre, to answer as many as you can. If you don't know one, say pass. We'll come back to it if there's time left on the clock. First question's the 2-second song. Paulie's going to play you a little music, and you need to give me both the title and the artist to score that point. And I think this one's a tough one, but maybe that's because I didn't write it. Remember, Tier 1 Goose came up with this one. So, Dre, are you ready to play?
Let's do it.
All right, let's put 60 seconds on the clock. Dre, your time begins when Paul plays the music, the category Basketball Goose. Good luck, Dre. Let's take on Woods.
Let the boys be boys.
That's not what it's called. Eddie Van Halen's synthesizer experiments in his home studio famously led to which 1984 mega hit for Van Halen?
Teacher. I'm a teacher.
Incorrect. A 3-episode HBO show led to a self-titled album in 2001 for which comedic rock duo featuring the star of Shallow Hal?
Tenacious D.
Correct. Inspired by Keith Richards' Gardener, which 1968 Rolling Stones hit was a UK singles chart for 11 weeks.
Pass.
Which song from Bruce Springsteen's 1980 album The River reached the top 20 on the Billboard charts, and it's noted for its slow, pained lament about lost love? All right, let's go back to Inspired by Keith Richards' Gardener, which 1968 Rolling Stones hit was on the UK. All right, we got just the one. Tenacious D, which, of course, you know, basketball, Tenacious D. Slam by Onyx was the 2-second song. Jump by Eddie Van Halen and Van Halen. Jumpin' Jack Flash is the Rolling Stones hit. And Fade Away by Bruce Springsteen. Like I said, tough category, but you got a point. Stay on the line, Dre. Let's bring Woods in, see how he does on this devious category from Tier 1 Goose. All right,
Hello.
Dre's score is locked in.
Quiet in here.
We got a Tier 1 category today.
Tier 1 category.
Written by one of our Tier 1s.
Oh.
Goose actually came up with this one.
Who did?
Goose. But I won't give you the category. Just telling you where it comes from. All right, 60 seconds on the clock. Woods, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on Dre.
Slam by Onyx?
Correct. Eddie Van Halen's synthesizer experiments in his home studio famously led to which 1984 mega hit for Van Halen?
Jump.
Correct. A 3-episode HBO show led to a self-titled album in 2001 for which comedic rock duo featuring the star of Shallow Hal?
Oh, Tenacious D.
Correct. Inspired by Keith Richards' Gardener, which 1968 Rolling Stones hit, was on the UK singles chart for 11 weeks.
Dude, I've heard this song. I know this one. What is the category?
God
dang it. I heard this one.
You want to pass?
Pass.
Which song from Bruce Springsteen's 1980 album, The River, reached top 20 on the Billboard charts and is noted for its slow, pained lament about lost love?
I'm on Fire?
Incorrect. Inspired by Keith Richards' Gardener, which 1968 Rolling Stones hit, was on the UK singles chart for 11 weeks.
It's Gardener. Ah.
That was Jumpin' Jack Flash. All right, so Slam, Jump, Tenacious D, Jumpin' Jack Flash, and Fade Away by Bruce
Basketball?
Springsteen. Basketball Goose, March Madness
Nice.
category from Tier 1 Goose.
Who won?
You did 3-1
Oh,
over Dre.
good. All right, sorry,
Which means
Dre.
still no winners this week for the concert tickets in Las Vegas.
I'm taking those concert tickets. If
Paulie
nobody
wants
else
them, but
wins.
tomorrow's Throwback Thursday, real or fake. Usually a little bit easier to win that game. I'll try to come up with a tough category, though.
Good luck sneaking that past Adam.
That's true. I don't think you're allowed to just take the
Take them.
tickets. But if no one wins them, who gets them?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, someone has to win them.
One would think. That'd be fun to have to play for Paulie the rest of the week. if I keep smoking fools. But real or fake, somebody's going to, well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
You know, sometimes you don't win real or fake.
When is the show? Is
Not
when
until
you're-
October.
Is
It's
it
in
when-
October.
Oh, because I thought you're going for
Guess what? Paulie will somehow come up with another trip to Vegas, if he needs to.
Yeah, 100%.
If I get tickets to this, if I had tickets to that, yeah, that's its own. Trip.
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
All right. Did you know this is our first Big League Wednesday
Yes, I'm
of
excited.
the year? Speaking of Big League Wednesday, we'll have Brett Boone joining us from our Odyssey colleague, Brett Boone. Also want to remind everyone, Fridays, we got the Manager's Report coming up with Mike Schilt this Friday at 9 a.m. Going to talk about Jackson Merrill's contract extension and the Padres' hot start. The Manager's Report is refreshed by Eco Water SoCal. Try alkaline water for just $9.95 a month. Eco Water SoCal, keeping it soft since 1925. Brett Boone will join us. He's got some thoughts, I'm sure, on Jackson Merrill, the new torpedo bats. His
That's
brother Aaron's team is
invented, I guess. I have
set
no idea.
I think the most home runs ever for the first 4 games of a season
Crazy.
for the Yankees. We'll get to all of that coming up next with more Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Listen, if you're a homeowner right now and you need a little extra cash in your pocket, how about an extra $75,000 right now? Even a couple $100,000. If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. They are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash. You can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel project now. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. Virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, oftentimes no appraisal. So the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money. Use it. All right. You can get approved in as little as a day. Act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 619-207-4336. Get the money you need for anything at all, 619-207-4336 or LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the players' place.
Got to be done.
Is that Robert Plant?
Yes.
He does the screaming part, though?
Correct.
Yeah. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by your local San Diego County, the UPS Store. Your local San Diego County, the UPS Store locations are hosting a shred event from April 7th through April 15th. 50% off shredding services. Visit the upsstore.com for the location nearest you. See store for details. It's our first Big League Wednesday of the season, and one of our regular guests throughout the season is going to be our friend, the former All-Star Brett Boone. Our Odyssey colleague is going to join us right after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Springs. Still a handful of trouble spots here, guys. One of them is a crash in the South Bay, south on 5 at Palomar Street. 2 right lanes are blocked. In the North County, we still have this accident northbound 15 past El Norte Parkway, blocking the 2 left lanes. And East 78 at San Marcos Boulevard, accident involving several vehicles. Everything's over to the right shoulder. Tow truck is helping to clear that. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? They always bottle their Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all their bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from their own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And we're joined right now by Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Brett, the host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring the most notable names in MLB and around sports every week. It's been a while. Great to have him back. Booney, how have you been? How was your off season? And aren't you glad baseball is back?
Hey guys, yes,
hey,
I enjoyed my off season. Yes, it's we had an exciting first week. A lot of topics to go over.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm always glad when we're getting it going again.
I saw you on New York Sports Radio talking about your brother Aaron and the torpedo bats. I think that's obviously a great place to start. You did say to me on Twitter, don't worry, Woodsy, I'll grab one for you. I'll bring it to fantasy camp. You don't need to. It's already in the mail. I've ordered one yesterday from Victus. So I'll have one hopefully before my doubleheader on Sunday. But if not, I'll have it next week, Booney. I can't wait to get my hands on this thing.
Oh, yeah, it's a super bat.
The super bat. Yes.
It'll change everything.
All right, give me your honest assessment of it. I look, it came out. I don't know. I mean, there's kind of varying reports about when guys started experimenting with it, when they started using it. Major League Baseball approved it. There's pitchers up in arms. Our old friend Matty Strom had some very strong words about Stromy got nuts. Let's see. Tyler McGill got really upset as well. But yeah, it's approved by Major League Baseball. Teams are starting to swing it, and teams are starting to order them by the dozen.
Well, who cares what pitchers have to say? They're non-baseball players. They just pitch. So we don't care about what they say. Secondly, there's nothing illegal about it. I mean, it's not like, and I'm going to give you my layman take, because all I can give you is the baseball player, the hitter, my take, without really knowing what it is, never having one in my hands. But it's not the big, I don't know. It's not making the bat harder or the ball go farther. It's just taking the sweet spot, which is a few inches that we all strive to hit the ball on consistently, and it's moving it millimeters one way or the other to what fits the personal swing.
Sure.
So I'm not completely caught up on this, and I don't know all the X's and O's, but I had Chuck Schupp, the Louisville Slugger. He was the head of Louisville Slugger. He's the guy that got us our bats. He did it for 25 years. He's now with Chandler Bats. He said this started a few years ago, and guys getting real individualistic with their approach and how they, with their equipment. It's really interesting to me because I never thought of that. I don't think any of us did back in the day. And I think the way the metrics and the data and everything is really going computerized and analyzed, and you don't do anything out right now without looking what are the metrics on that. I think sports at the highest levels are all doing it. And I think it's something 15, 20 years from now is going to be the norm. I think you're going to go into a studio like a PGA Tour guy goes in and gets fitted for a driver. Okay, well, that driver is not going to be the same driver we buy at Dick's Sporting Goods. It's going to have the weight dispersed in a different spot. It's going to be the exact length for this PGA Tour player. You know, when a standard might be 46 inches, the tour players might be 45 and 5/16 because everything is individualized to him. And they go into a lab and you hit balls for about a half hour, and you come out and a day later they have a custom built driver for you, for your individual swing. And that's how you go on. I think in the future for baseball, I think that's what it's going to be. And I think it's going to start now. I think you're going to see the guys like Judge and Soto and Ohtani, the Freeman, Betts, those type of players, Harpers, that have had a ton of success. They're going to kind of look at you and go, listen, you know, Aaron Judge is going to go, I'm doing just fine, hitting 50-some plus home runs with the bat I've been using my whole life. No thanks. But I think for the younger player, they're going to start to get into it and kind of, well, let me see what I can do if I can customize, you know, what my swing path is to maybe hit it on the barrel. The barrel's not getting bigger. You're just moving the barrel to a different part of the bat.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of cutting edge, and I think it's something years from now it's not going to be a big deal. Everybody's going to go to the lab. They're going to have their own bat. The days of the C271 and the R60 or the R161, I think is going to go by the wayside, and everything's going to be customized to the individual. But I don't know. In the short term, it's interesting. It's going to cause a lot of talk. And like you said, you know, I'm obviously kidding when I talk about pitchers like that. But you're going to have pitchers saying one thing and hitters saying it doesn't affect it. But it's definitely been a hot topic this first week of the season.
When you were coming up, Booney, did you and your buddies ever screw around with a corked bat?
I think we did, and you did it in batting practice.
Yeah.
I was scared to death of the cork bat, you know, because if you ever went up there,
you saw the video.
Those Super Bowls went. The Super Bowls
Who
went
was that?
flying.
Who was it?
That was Chris Sabo.
Chris
Sabo.
Sabo.
Oh,
Yes.
Chris Sabo. He was hitting in front of me in Cincinnati, and they went all over the.
You were
the
there.
only thing is,
You were there?
yeah, I was there.
Oh my
everything that you do in your career, for one time you take that bat up there, it would all be negated. Oh, that's why he hits home runs. So no, I never even thought about bringing it up. But I think on a few occasions they break it out in batting practice to see if we could feel a difference. What people don't, I think a lot of people do understand, but the reason that a cork bat is beneficial is not because of the cork or because of the super balls that are put in the bat. It's because you hollow it out and you get a heavier, denser piece of wood that's lighter.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? So
100%.
It's an interesting concept. Yes. Never had the gall to even think about putting it on the bench during a game. But I think back in my Cincinnati days, we messed around in BP to see how much, length we thought we got on a fly ball.
Golf analogy again, it's like using a graphite shaft as opposed to a steel shaft.
Yeah.
It's just lighter. You can swing it faster, which makes the ball go further.
Yep.
So that's the point.
Well, and the thing with the bats too is, you start from a young age, and there's probably now, wow, there's so many bats, but let's say there's 40 different models to choose from. I mentioned a few earlier. The M110 was popular when I came up. The C271, that was popular as it got. R161's a classic. It's a classic name of a bat. But we were mixing and matching. I was getting a C271 with a 141 head, and we could mix and match. There's barrels that extend lower. There's barrels that extend higher. They're all here, and they all came from somewhere. The C271, which was my model my whole life, Griffey used it, and I looked at Griffey's. I said, I like that. Alex Rodriguez used the C271, but it came from George Brett, Rod Carew. They kind of came up with the dimensions of the C271. So that was their personal bat back then. I think just today's technology and in 2025, I think you're going to just see guys doing it at a much higher technical level.
And Tony Gwynn famously used a 32 and a quarter inch bat, one of the shortest in the game when he played, but other guys use much bigger, heavier bats for power. So there's always been different bat sizes. We're talking to Odyssey insider Brett Boone. Insider Calls brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. The big news, of course, in San Diego this morning, Brett, the contract extension for Jackson Merrill. Going to be a news conference in about 45 minutes. We're going to carry it live. Let me just ask, is there any danger here in locking up a young kid at 21 years old for 10 years? It certainly doesn't seem like it, given what we've learned about Jackson Merrill in the last year. I mean, you saw him a little bit when we were out at fantasy camp as well. Your thoughts on this deal that the Padres are giving out?
Well, I mean, I think there's always risks, but I think that's for management and people around him that are living with Jackson Merrill daily. The uniform staff, Schilt. What kind of guy is this guy? Can I trust him for 10 years? Well, obviously the Padres have come to the conclusion that they can trust him. They really like. I mean, what a great player for the age, what he's able to do. Seems he's a good kid, great demeanor, a gamer. And those are the guys you want to lock up and have for a long time. There's always risk to any long-term contract. Some have worked out great for some organizations and some haven't. I don't think you can really look into the future. You can only look into the person and what's inside, and as a businessman, do I want to invest in not only this person's talent level, but this person's makeup and what he brings to the table. I think a young player like him, I think he's shown enough that he's the real deal, and he's here to stay, and he's going to be a real good player for years to come. So obviously the Padres felt that way. I'm excited. I think it's a good sign. I think a few years ago you did it with Tatis and Machado. Well, this is the next generation of that. I think Jackson Merrill is nothing but upside.
Got one more question for you, Booney, before you go. Obviously, the Dodgers are off to just as hot of a start. They're 7-0. The only hiccup maybe was Roki Sasaki's second start, where he came out. I mean, you probably saw the video of him getting a little teary in the
little pouty,
side.
Little pouty.
What do you think? What do you think the teammate reaction would be to that? Is it not? I mean, is it different than obviously when you would have played?
Well, when I would have played, yeah, it would have been a little bit different. But, everybody's different. Sasaki, when he was coming over here, I'd heard, the Yamamoto, when he came over and they gave him $300 million and they were very confident in what they did. He was a finished, polished product.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot. Sasaki, sky's the limit as far as potential and his ability and the stuff that he brings to the table. But I had heard from scouts and guys that have been watching him, he's not quite the finished product yet. He's still in the making. So he's not that polished big league guy. He just has the big league stuff. So that might be a project that's gonna go a while for them. But I mean, you look at that team; it's so ridiculous. It's like you don't even need Sasaki. You got Snell, Yamamoto, Glass now. I mean, they roll out May last night,
Nasty,
throwing 100-pound bowling balls at these guys, and it's like, this is your 5th, 6th starter. Gonsolin's coming back. Kershaw's starting to throw. And we haven't even gotten to Ohtani yet, who I know is going to be pitching by the middle of this summer. So they've got so much depth. They got so much firepower. If they want to back off and take it a little bit easy with the Sasaki kid, maybe give him a tenure in the bullpen. I wouldn't even rule out him going to the minor leagues at some point this year just to hone his craft. The stuff is there. It's electric. But that doesn't mean you're ready for prime time all the time. And maybe he just needs a little more, a little more growing up and a little more experience before he comes that ready for prime time guy. And in the meantime, this Dodger rotation is so deep, it really doesn't matter. I don't think they'd miss a beat right now if he weren't there.
I don't think so either. And the culture shock for these guys has got to be severe. Number one, coming over here, and you can have Yamamoto and Shohei on the team.
I mean, Yuki Matsui already looks like a different pitcher
after
this year after just having a year under his belt.
It's exactly
comfortable over here.
Exactly right. And I've cautioned Padre fans. Like, I saw the meme. Yeah, I wanted to retweet it and make fun of him. Then I thought to myself, that's going to blow up in your face. The kid's got too much good stuff, and they've got time to figure it out for him. So I'm gonna reserve judgment on his 1 2/3 innings home debut with the Dodgers, because I mean, again, like you said, the stuff is nasty, and they do a pretty good job at developing pitchers there. Not always at keeping them healthy, but at developing pitchers. They're going to be just fine. But the Padres are rolling right now, Booney, and that's what's been fun for us.
Wow, it's been great. I went to Game 2 against the Braves. And these guys are good. I knew the Padres were going to be good. I look at the Dodgers in this division. I think it's going to be a real uphill battle to beat the Dodgers. I'd be very impressed if anybody did. But nevertheless, I look at the division. I look at the Padres. They're a playoff team, obviously, a year ago. And by the way, they're not scared of the Dodgers. They're one of the few teams that really go head-to-head with the Dodgers. Good Dodgers know it. And what the Padres have done over the last couple of years has put that in the back of their mind. So they know that the Padres aren't scared of them. That's a positive. I look at this Padre team. It's really good. You got Cease and King at the top. King pitched great last night. Darvish is probably going to be a little longer than we thought. Obviously, Musgrove being down is tough, but you still got Adam and Suarez at the end of that bullpen. Bullpen's been phenomenal so far. And I really like with the maturation of a Merrill coming onto the scene. I love Bogarts being back at short, Cronenworth being back at second. Their natural positions. I think they're both going to thrive in that position. You got Machado, who's the annual MVP candidate, and is Tatis going to break through and have that MVP year this year? But the key for me is you got to have Bogarts start to play like the Bogarts in Boston and the Bogarts they thought they were getting in San Diego. If he adds to the mix of all those talented players around him, man, they've got something there. And this team's just a really good team, an elite team. I think a top 5, top 8 in all of baseball are the San Diego Padres. And if they play that well at the trading deadline, you never know, add that top line pitcher to replace kind of a Musgrove. But Cease and King at the top and Darvish coming back, and what I've seen early from the other guys in the rotation, the Vasquez and the Pivetta, I think the Pivetta was a huge, sneaky move right at the end of the offseason. That his first outing, it's as good as he gets. He went seven scoreless.
We're out of time. I'm sorry. We're gonna get cut off ourselves here in a couple seconds. We'll talk to you. Looking forward to talking to you throughout the season. Insider Calls presented by Grainger, with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by. We got our Jackson Merrill press conference coming up in our next hour here with Ben and Woods. nervous.
I'm very nervous for you. Don't blow this.
Polly just told me that later this hour, I'll be tossing it to Don Orsillo.
Could you promise not to do it in your Southern accent and just in your normal voice?
Oh, you guys want to hear?
Yeah. How about the newest edition of Southern Ben?
Yeah. So this was right before we went to traffic, right before we had Brett Boone on
Yeah.
in our 8 o'clock hour. We were coming back with some Led Zeppelin, and Ben gave us this.
Is that Robert Plant?
Yes. Who? Plant.
Robert Plant.
Plant?
Plant.
You've been listening to Morgan Wallen's new double album? What's happening
No,
to
that's,
you?
that's not. Is that Robert Plant?
Robert Plant.
That's not Southern. That's my touch of Yuma.
That's Southern.
Is that Robert?
Since when?
Tell my relatives in Yuma. Is that Robert Plant? Plant.
I'm
Is that
from
Robert
the
Plant?
South.
They call me Ban. They call me Ban. Ban. Plant.
They sound like J.D.
Ban.
Wicker.
Not quite, though. It's slightly different.
That's how he says it. Ban.
South Arizona. It's not
Ban.
the Texas Rangers.
It comes out of him. It comes out of you more than it comes out of me. And I grew up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You should hear how my family talks.
That's
Yuma. They call washers warshers. So yes,
the Texas Rangers
will be washing your clothes tonight. That's how they talk.
I think is that Robert Plant?
Plant?
I think Victor Hovland wins the award for weirdest accent.
Correct.
He's the Norwegian who went to Oklahoma State, I believe.
I thought he went to Tech, didn't he?
Or did he went to Texas
Did he
Tech?
go to Texas
Either way,
Tech?
he talks with the Scandinavian, but with a Southern drawl.
Southern Scandinavian.
He speaks English.
That's really good, man. Yeah, I get that Yuma is the South. I get it. But I don't hear that type of accent when I go to Yuma, like when I go to Mr.
I mean, I didn't grow up there, but
Right.
I had a lot of relatives who spoke like that growing up.
Robert Plant.
So maybe it's
I
just
hear plaint, like the
Plaint.
plaintiff or
Plant.
something.
Plant. Is that Robert Plant?
Plant.
Plant. I just stretched the A a little bit. Plant.
Can you Photoshop
Plant.
a thing of hay in his mouth?
Is that Robert Plant?
Oh, hayseed Ben. So good.
It's like that song. Remember that song we played from some guy at like a festival? Was like, "Ban, you're
Ben,
my friend, you're my friend,
you're
my friend, ban,
you're
I
my
love
friend,
ban."
friend to the very end. Yep, love that.
Is that
song.
Robert Plant?
Robert Plant. I love when Southern Ben comes out. You'd think, like, for me, like
Texas.
if I had
Texas.
if I had a few beers or something, maybe the Southern accent would come out. But for you, it's just you didn't have a few beers, as far as I know.
I have not.
I'm still thrown off by the Yuma accent.
I am too.
I don't think that exists.
No, it does. It does.
All right, people are agreeing with them. Let's learn something new every day. Robert Plant.
Never heard a Yuma accent any of the times that we've gone through Yuma.
That's true. But I've never heard it from him. Oh, just the Texas Rangers.
Maybe it's the farm folk of Yuma.
Maybe.
Maybe it's not really about being in the South. It's about growing up like on the farm.
Yeah, maybe. Old Jethro Higgins.
Where that accent comes
in our
from.
chat. Trey from Yuma here. No accent.
No
accent.
This is old school.
Yuma is not the South.
They're southern Arizona.
Very south Arizona. You can't get much more south in Arizona than Yuma.
Right.
Well, you should say
Then
the
again,
San Diego in me. Then
San
That's
Diego's very
South.
south too.
That's true. We don't talk that way here. We talk like this.
I got it.
Taco.
Taco.
Let's get tacos. I do it now too. It's mortifying. They don't even have any taco sauce. That's how I sound now. Living here, it's crazy. Let's get tacos for dinner. Yeah, it's I like when it comes out. Makes me happy. Southern Ben makes me
Glad
very.
I can oblige.
Glad
I can oblige.
Oblige. Now, see, don't try to do
I'm not
it.
trying-
Don't try to do it. You have to let it come out.
Texas.
Texas.
The Texas Rangers.
The weirdest thing. You're like Brian Kelly, dude. He turns into Brian Kelly. We're going to take him to Philly in July. He's going to be like, hey, where's the water here? What's the scenario? Where's the scenario? Give me my phone. It's going to be hysterical.
Thank you. Well, that's a great way to get started. And I haven't even won all my games yet.
Ben Higgins.
It's a great night to be a Tiger.
Tiger.
A Tiger.
This is Brian
like
Kelly
he's-
from Massachusetts.
Yeah, he's from Boston.
I'm here with my family.
It's the effing greatest audio ever played.
Bro, we did like an hour.
We did an
on
hour
that.
straight on that.
When that came out. I remember it was like the off season. It was like Because he was at a LSU basketball game just getting announced as the new head coach. It was like
Correct.
November or December, and we're like, thank you to the Lord.
Thank you, content gods, for raining this down
And
upon
we
us.
are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana.
Sounds like the Louisiana governor. Y'all meet me down in New Orleans. It's so good, dude. God, that killed me. It killed me. All right,
Well,
so
you could be working with Kim Mulkey. You got to sound like
I guess you do. All right. Yeah, that's that. I love when it comes out. So don't think about it. Just let it come out naturally.
Victor Hovland went to Oklahoma State. Ludwig Oberg went to Texas Tech.
That's right.
All right. If you missed it, we are getting ready for the Jackson Merrill news conference. The Padres have called it for 9:30. We're going to toss it down to Don Arcillo, your master of ceremonies. We'll hear from AJ Preller, Jackson Merrill, and then our Sam Levitt's going to do some one-on-one interviews. So that's all coming up commercial free here at the bottom of the hour after Jackson Merrill agreed to a 9-year, $135 million contract extension with some incentives and escalators that can bump that up to 10 years, over $200 million. But buying out the first 5 years of his free agency after this year and then 4 more years of team control. So Jackson Merrill in a Padres uniform through the 2034 season. 10 more years of Jackson Merrill at least in San Diego, with a club option that can become a player option in 2035 for Jackson Merrill. Of course, last night, Merrill hit his first home run of the season, an absolute tank to the right center field, deep part of the ballpark at Petco Park. Put the Padres on the board because I like to go deep. 1-0 over the Guardians, and they ended up winning 7-0 to improve to a franchise all-time best 6-0.
I want to go fast, but I want to go slow, and I want to go deep.
I think it's interesting. Now, I have no idea if Jason Hayward got all of his ball, Jackson Merrill comparatively, but big, strong Jason Hayward, who thought he got his.
Different night,
clearly, but still cold
clearly.
And still April and still messy. That anyone with the power to go to the beach, that area of Petco Park at night in April, that's plenty of power to have a 30 to 40 home run season in my mind.
Pretty interesting stat here from Friar Talk at Padres Pod says Juan Soto will make $61 million next season. Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado, and Jackson Merrill will combine to make $60.8 million. I think I'd rather have the trio. As much as I love Juan Soto, I'm going to take those three for the same price over Juan Soto.
It's interesting. You had the thought, and you brought up Juan Soto, that, you're always going to revisit that trade and, watch how C.J. Abrams and James Wood do. Mackenzie Gore had a great first start of the season, and go, all right, you got Juan Soto. You converted him into Michael King and helped you win some games. But maybe the biggest win now of that trade, the biggest win for A.J. Preller, is that he would not include Jackson Merrill.
Correct.
When requested by the Washington Nationals in that deal. He made it happen without including Jackson Merrill. And I think us at the time would have gone, Juan Soto, Jackson Merrill, who knows what we're going to have with that. But if you can get Juan Soto, you have to include Jackson Merrill in that deal. And he wouldn't. He would not give up Jackson Merrill. And that's specifically been reported that was an ask by the Washington Nationals. And they had to come up with a way to get Juan Soto without including Jackson Merrill, because AJ just wouldn't do it, would not give up Jackson Merrill. And now we see exactly why wouldn't give up Jackson Merrill in that deal.
Yeah, tough enough to give up James Wood, who I saw him hit a tank the other day. I don't know how else he's doing. I haven't been following much with the Nationals, what they've been doing, but obviously saw Mackenzie Gore's stellar opening day performance. C.J. Abrams, I think he's playing okay. But you had years of Juan Soto. You really expected to win a World Series with him there. It didn't work, but like you said, you were able to flip him for pieces that helped you get not only Michael King, but you also got you Dylan Cease, Ben, when you moved Thorpe to Chicago.
Yep.
So I couldn't. I'm not going to look back at that one in anger, really ever.
It's almost impossible now to try to keep track of all the branches of the trees of the AJ Preller moves. Last night,
Joey
Cantillo came into the game. I remember distinctly having about 2 weeks of Ben and Woods discussion during the pandemic. Should they trade Joey Cantillo?
No, you got to keep Joey Cantillo. Are you kidding? Are you out of your mind?
Cantillo.
Left-hander?
Who did they trade him for? Was it in the Clev deal? I don't even remember.
I don't think so.
Where they, I don't think it was even brought up on the broadcast last night that he was a former
I think
Padres
Mud and Don
prospect.
forgot.
Yeah,
I really
Joey
do.
Cantillo. We had a serious week or two where we were like wringing our hands about the possibility of losing Joey Cantillo, who is now just eating innings in the back of the Guardians bullpen 5 years later in 2025. Saw last night, Graham Pauley had two RBI and a double for the Miami Marlins in their win
He's
last
up?
night.
I had
He's
no
up
idea.
again, and he helped the Marlins beat the Mets last night 4-2. You can't turn your head.
You can't.
Turn on a Major League Baseball game anywhere. There's going to be a prospect that A.J. Preller traded away in that game somewhere. Yeah. That's just, I mean, he's just done so much of it over 10 years all over the place. So, yeah. Brandon says it was the Clevenger, but he now calls that the Waldron trade because Matt Waldron was the player to be named later that the Padres acquired in the Joey Cantillo deal to the Cleveland Guardians.
Boy, they let him rot. They let him rot out there last night a little bit. Foo Friars with a great question here. Can I just ask you guys, how does it feel to finally get news like this during the open and not after the show? Bro, you have no idea how good that felt this morning. Now, it threw us for a loop a little bit. We had all this other, we had another direction we were going to go. But one thing we do okay is kind of rolling with the punches. And those were good punches to get at 5:58 this morning.
Take those anytime.
I'll take those anytime they want to do it. It was pretty special to be a part of. Again, we were a part of Manny when he signed here. And we were part of Juan Soto when he was traded here. And now we were a part of the Jackson Merrill contract extension, which was great. It was great. Right before the show started, man, we were losing our minds. It was really cool.
The San Diego FC just announced an acquisition as well, picking up an attacker, Milan Iloski, from sister club FC Norderland. So they've got another home game coming up this week. Not quite the Jackson Merrill impact, maybe, in terms of names, but we're a new soccer community. So
That's true.
They just dropped that news as well. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll set the stage because we will not have any more commercials, I believe, after this one, this hour. So we'll talk you right up to the Jackson Merrill news conference at 9:30. And we will also look ahead to today's game. Remember, we got a day game today as well. The homestand finale to open the season. See if the Padres can go 7-0. So we will talk about that coming up as well after traffic. More Ben and Woods on the way here on 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 000-466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
And after that game, you're heading down to Petco Park this afternoon. Maybe plan on heading down to 7 Mile Casino for dinner and some card playing action at San Diego's best card room.
Great place to go pregame, postgame. It's a smoke-free environment. They got California-style blackjack there, which always makes for a good time. Friendly dealers, no slot machines ringing in your ears. And if you're a high-stakes player at any of those games that Ben just mentioned, high-stakes player, you want some high-stakes action, they got you covered at 7 Mile Casino.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not just close to get to, and that's big because – I mean, think about it. If you go to the game today, you're not going to want to drive another 50, 55 minutes out to the East County. It's just 7 minutes to 7 Mile Casino, but it's also just a beautiful space. Great patio right there on San Diego Bay. You can enjoy it with friends, enjoy the TVs throughout the space. Smoke-free. Woods loves that. No slot machines. Everything about it is just the best. I've been to other card rooms. I haven't found one I like better than the one at 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from downtown.
Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Hey players, things are about to get real here in San Diego. Introducing the all-new Hamul Casino Resort. With a 200-room hotel tower, exciting new eats and drinks, plenty of new places to play, and a luxe spa and salon. Hello, rooftop pool and deck. It's where players can play their hearts out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. It gets real this summer at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place.
Sour 97 through the Fan is brought to you by Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We are now just minutes away from the Jackson Merrill Contract Extension News Conference at Petco Park. And to set the scene, let's go out to the auditorium at Petco Park, where our Sam Levitt is standing by for his live coverage. Sammy, what's going on in the room right now? Are people anticipating some great stuff here today?
Good morning, guys. Very exciting day here at Petco Park. What a first week it's been, right? 6-0 start, opportunity to make it a perfect homestand today, and now signing just a terrific young player to an extension. Media filing in here. Some of the members of the Padres coaching staff already here. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Padres players also show up here at some point, and then we're expecting AJ Preller and Jackson Merrill to arrive here in the next 6-7 minutes, have a press conference, and then we will have live one-on-one interviews with at least Jackson Merrill and AJ Preller. Who knows, on these days, maybe some others as well. So very exciting, and we're getting ready for it here at the auditorium at Petco Park.
It absolutely blows my mind, Sammy, that in that very same room, just over a year ago, we went down as a show to meet Mike Schilt for the first time. And walking up to the press conference, I noticed a kid walk by with a girl on his arm and a bag full of gear and a broccoli haircut. And he walked by me, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I said, son of a bitch, that's Jackson Merrill.
Hi, this is Jackson Merrill.
What is he doing here? So I stopped about 50 yards past him, and go, Jackson. And he turned around and looked. Walked up. Paulie and I said hello.
He like grabbed me and pulled me like, is that Jackson Merrill?
Yeah.
I'm like, I think so.
I said, I'm going to say something.
He had like a team store bag buying his own jersey.
Girlfriend, yeah. And I, Jackson, whips his head around, walked up, said hello, introduced ourselves. And today, that young man will walk in that very same room and sign this contract extension to be here for the next 10 years.
The days of semi-anonymity in San Diego are we saying are over, Jackson Merrill?
If I had told that kid that day, hey, bud, by the way, your jersey's going to be flying off the shelves. You're going to finish second place in the Rookie of the Year this season, by the way. In like 9 months, you're going to finish second in Rookie of the Year. You guys are going to go to the postseason in your first year. Then you're going to sign a contract extension 6 games into the next year for over $100 million. What would that kid have said to me? He would have punched me in the face, thought I was some meth head on the street. Like, it's crazy how quickly this has all happened.
It's an unbelievable year and a half, and really 13 and a half months. I mean, let's think about it. He shows up at spring training last year, finds out he's playing center field, had never played there in his life, and a guy who, let's be honest, had relatively little upper-level minor league experience. I think we all had questions, and I don't know if doubts is the right word. Certainly, I would never doubt Jackson now, but at the time, questions about whether he would be able to handle big league pitching day after day, play center field, all these things the Padres were putting in front of him. And Woodsy, I'm with you. You fast forward now a year, 13 and a half months, whatever it is, for him to now be entering this room, signing this kind of contract, committing to San Diego, and being one of the faces of the franchise, and just being such an outstanding player, outstanding young man, already feeling like a leader inside that clubhouse. It's remarkable how quickly this has happened, and all the credit goes to Jackson Merrill, right? I mean, he's come here, he's said all the right things, he's done all the right things, and I'm just so happy for him and for his family. He's earned this, he has, and he has answered every question we ever had, going back to last spring training, when I think we all kind of wondered what it would look like. And from that moment on, it's been pretty special.
All right, Sammy, you're in position. We'll probably come back to you in just a couple of minutes or so, but we'll let you get ready, and all the one-on-one interviews that we'll have coming up later this hour here on 97.3 The Fan, our commercial-free coverage of Jackson Merrill's news conference ahead. And Sammy, we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Or Friday.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Sam Levitt, he's on the scene for us, and we will be tossing out back to the auditorium in just a couple of minutes as soon as we get word that Don Orsillo is standing by and the press conference is getting underway. And then after that, Jackson Merrill will head back down to the clubhouse and the field, where the Padres will wrap up their season-opening 7-game homestand, looking to go 7-0. With one more win against the Cleveland Guardians. Dylan Cease on the mound, making his second start. Cease had a lot of swing and miss, remember, in his first start, but kind of like Michael King, not that efficient. Didn't get through, 4 innings, 4 1/3 in his first outing. Padres did end up winning, of course, that game against the Atlanta Braves, and hopefully he'll be on the same trajectory as Michael King. A little more dialed in today. Could spell trouble again for the Cleveland Guardians if that's the case.
Yeah, buddy. When does this thing start? Just a couple minutes?
Just a couple minutes. As soon as Don Orsillo walks to the podium, we will be heading back to the auditorium at Petco Park for all the ceremonies and whatever they have going on. Hear some words from A.J. Preller and hear from Jackson Merrill himself coming up in just a couple of minutes.
I am looking for the picture we took that day, Paulie. I don't have it. Do you have it?
I do.
It is remarkable.
Somewhere. It's crazy, man.
When you think about it. That wasn't that long ago.
I mean, bro, it was
15 months ago, maybe 16 months ago.
Yeah.
When Mike Schilt was introduced. And I remember we all walked in that day to that same auditorium, and you guys had said, "Oh, we just ran into the Jackson Merrill." And I go, I don't know that I would have even known exactly what he looked like if I ran into him on the street.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case anymore in San Diego for the rest of his career.
Yeah, it's what a year and a half for that kid. Unbelievable. And now signing this extension. Great move. Really happy for him. Just a kid with his head on straight, certainly, man. And just the way that he plays the game, he is really, really inspiring. Plays very, very hard. Wants to be the best teammate, wants to be the best player. It's amazing.
Yeah, did you see the quote after the game last night? It's like, oh no, we don't just want to win.
We want to beat their ass.
We want to kick their
all
over the field.
Say ass.
I don't think we can.
You can.
Pretty sure we can.
Yeah, you can.
You definitely can.
You can. You just choose not to. But you'll say, I like it creamy, but you won't say ass on the radio, which has always been a weird thing for me to.
I heard Chris getting a little uncomfortable yesterday when Matt Scraby used the P word. He said, you can say I pricked my finger, but you can't say I fingered my P word.
God, Ben.
And he said there's a difference. It's all about context.
It is
on the radio.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit careful sometimes.
You do. He really did he say the word on the
He didn't. No, he said you can't save that word.
Okay.
Matt, in that context at least. You can say the word. Obviously, it's not a dirty word.
Right.
It's just the context in which you're using the word changes the word.
It really does. Really does.
Like if I took a trip to the Grand Canyon and went on one of those tours and they said you can ride this ass down the mountain.
Right.
Down to the bottom and all the way back up. That context is absolutely fine. That's an animal. That's the name.
What if your wife said you could ride this ass all the way to the bottom?
I'm not sure.
It's the same thing, right? Is it not? I thought it was. It's the exact same thing.
We're in that awkward stage of could start any second.
Why are you red? Why are you all red right now? That's what I want to know.
Could start any second. Don, come on. Just
Don's hearing us. Don's hearing us in his ear.
They're probably playing this over the speakers.
Oh my God. I hope not. I hope not.
Little pre-press conference entertainment for everybody at Petco Park.
Exactly.
I always think they play Tony and Jesse when you're at the games.
Yeah.
In
Glad
fact,
they don't play us.
Yeah, can you imagine if
I
they're
can't.
just playing our show
Just
while
while they
they're walking
wait.
around the entire time before the game at
Talking
Petco
about
Park?
Riding asses down to the Grand Canyon. Oh God, here we go.
But yeah, so busy day now at Petco Park with the press conference, game, getaway day. They're all packed, and we'll head to Chicago after the game today for their first road trip. The old Chicago Sacramento. We were ready. All right, let's head to Don Orsillo, our master of ceremonies.
Special day from Petco Park. We'd like a warm welcome today to our viewers and to our listeners, both on Padres.com and 97.3 The Fan. We are incredibly excited to be here to officially announce the new 9-year contract for our all-star center fielder, Jackson Merrill. Alongside Jackson on the stage this morning are Padres President of Baseball Operations and General Manager A.J. Preller and Padres Manager Mike Schilt. We'll begin today's program with opening remarks from A.J. and Jackson before we open it up to all of your questions. At this time, A.J., take it away.
Thanks, Don. Obviously here today to announce the signing of Jackson to a 9-year contract extension. I want to highlight Jackson's representatives that are here today: Drew Hardy, Josh Knipp, Gabe Mayorga, Jackson's girlfriend, Sammy Quinn. Jackson's parents, Josh and Jenny, are back in Maryland, but look forward to seeing them here in a week or so when they're here to be here for Jackson when he gets recognized for the Silver Slugger last year. Obviously, a super exciting day for our organization, and for Jackson. I know he doesn't love the attention always on himself, but it's a day to celebrate Jackson and his commitment to the Padres. And also top to bottom for our organization, huge day today. I want to recognize from a scouting standpoint, it obviously starts with bringing in very talented players and individuals into the building. In a time where it's really tough to find diamonds in the rough and under the radar players, there's a lot of information out there. And honestly, Jackson was a guy that a lot of teams didn't have targeted as a first round type talent. And Danny Sater, an area scout that rang the bell. Jake Koenig, one of the first people that talked about Jackson, somebody that needed to be on our radar. Luke Merton, Mark Connor, David Post, Logan White, all a huge part of Jackson sitting up here today with the Padres. You've got to turn over elite talent to a player development system that puts him in an environment that he can continue to grow and learn from. And the ability to play for Eric Young as first manager at Lake Elsinore, where he won a championship, not surprisingly. Riley Westman, Vinny Lopez, Chris Kemp, Mike McCoy, Pat O'Sullivan from the hitting standpoint. All those guys want to recognize they have a big role in Jackson being up here today as well. And the big league staff, Mike Schilt, understanding that development always continues at the major league level, whether you're 20 years old breaking in Korea or you're in your 30s. Development never stops. And for Schilt and his staff, many of whom are out here today in the crowd, really a great accomplishment. One, to be open-minded to having a young player like Jackson on the club. But understanding what it takes to break a player into the big leagues and continue to give him nuggets and guidance to look up and in very quick time have him be a player that's a huge part of the Padres organization. So huge for me personally. Thanks Schilt and the group, because it's a big part of us being here. And lastly, ownership. I know Peter be very proud of a day like today. We talk about all the time commitment to excellence and having a core group of players. First, you need players with and a staff with a lot of ability, and then you need stability. I think the process over the last few weeks and months with John Seidler, Eric Katzenda, Eric Grubner, Nick Ennis and Josh Dunn is a fun process, going back and forth and throwing different ideas out there and looking out and being able to talk to the fans of San Diego that were, again, it's been here since I've been in this spot, that it's fully committed to winning a World Series and adding elite players and elite talent in that pursuit. I do want to highlight Nick Ennis. I think over the last few years, we've had a couple different opportunities where we tried to talk to Jackson about a day like today. Nick's rapport with Drew and Josh and constant feedback back and forth, creative ideas. This is kind of his baby in terms of this concept. And we definitely would not be here without the work that Nick and Josh did on this front. So, in terms of personally, I think it's, I kind of think back to first time I saw Jackson play baseball. I kind of was trying to sneak into Severna Park area, see him on the road, not try to bring any attention to myself or mainly to Jackson. So I thought I had a good spot, road game. I was sitting in a football stadium a couple 100 yards away to watch Jackson play baseball. And it was right after COVID. So a security guard came and grabbed me and said, "You have to leave here. You can't be in this area." So I was kind of getting escorted out. All these people were looking to see what was going on. And this one dad was like, "Hey, are you a scout?" I was kind of "Not really, but I guess so." And he said, "You must be here to see Jackson Merrill." I was like, No, I'm here to see John Smith, the shortstop. And he's right away, he said, "Well, that's his dad right there. Josh, come over, come meet this guy." So then for 20 minutes, me trying to be incognito, I'm now talking to Jackson's dad and, just kind of picking his brain about everything. And at the end, he's kind of "What's your name again?" I'm doing I do one of those things. And so that was probably a bad covert mission. But I think the biggest thing that came out of that day from a couple 100 yards away, and I said this a few times, I remember calling Josh Stein and just saying that, I probably saw the most competitive player I've seen in a few years. And to see a guy that, I think you think about it and you're like, well, doesn't everybody want to win baseball games? But it hit you in the face that this guy wants to win as much as anybody had seen that year in the draft. And we've all seen that in the Padre organization over the last few years. So I think the other Jackson story real quick was we end up drafting him day one. Chris Kemp calls me up, and he's doing some things in the player development department. And he says, 7 a.m. He gets a call from Jackson Merrill. Says, hey, can I come over, and when are the cages open? I want to go over to the complex and hit in the cages. So and I'm going to bring James Wood with me, another one of the great talents in the game. So it's pretty cool. I think you select players and you look back after the draft. Did we get the right guy? I think it was pretty clear from day one. Yeah, we've got a guy that wants to be great. So last thing in terms of the last couple months, we've had a lot of conversations, and I think seeing what's important to Jackson, what's important for him in terms of if he wants to make a commitment to the organization. He's been very straightforward, very clear. Pat O'Sullivan asked today when we were walking in, to me, he said, hey, was it a tough process? Honestly, it wasn't. I mean, I think in a large part, Jackson's representatives are very clear and straightforward, but Jackson's a very mature person. He knows what he wants. And he was very clear in terms of, I want to be able to take care of my family, for years to come. And I want to do it in a way that there's going to be a great team built around me. So again, I think from our standpoint, I think the message that Schulte and myself have always given to Jackson is be yourself, continue to be yourself. And, that's the guy that, stays 9 innings in spring training games. That's the guy, that's the first guy in the locker room every single day. Usually the last guy to leave still in his uniform, usually pretty dirty. And I think for all those reasons.
Listening to live coverage of our the Jackson Merrill press conference, talking about his 9-year contract extension this morning on 97.3 The Fan. AJ Preller first at the podium. Lost a little audio feed. We'll try to get it back as soon as possible. Paulie will give me a thumbs up, but here we go.
Organization, family members, agents, everybody that's around me. I think that was the biggest part of getting here to this point today. I couldn't be more grateful for the work we've put into this and the work that we've been putting in on the field too. As you can see, is displaying really well, and this is exactly where I want to be. All
right, continuing with some audio difficulties, but we'll continue to monitor the feed. Perfect timing, of course, right as Jackson Merrill is taking the microphone. And we still don't have it back. All right, Paulie. Well, you keep monitoring. I'll keep talking. Woodsy, of course, stepped out for a second, and hopefully he'll come back in just a moment and help rescue us. Some good stuff from AJ Preller telling the story of the first time he went and scouted Jackson in person and trying to stay incognito and doing the whole.
It's not just us. This is actually happening
at the
podium.
So also on the Padres TV feed as well. They're just having some audio issues in the auditorium at Petco Park, so I'm sure they will iron those out and get it all fixed. And we're
very ready to blame Adam.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes that does happen, even in the year 2025 technology.
And yeah, that was a true story. My dad thought he was international scout for about a year. But no, all in all, I'm super, super excited to keep going to work, keep going to battle every day. The trust that's in this room right now, I've never felt it before, never felt a connection with the city before like I feel here. So thank you guys.
Okay, at this time, we will take questions from the floor. We have microphones on both sides of the room right now. Devin and Tiffany, just raise your hand and we will get to you. We'll start with Kevin Acey.
Jackson, you said this was what you wanted to do and that you didn't need to, that there was enough money was just enough money. Like what was it that pushed it over the finish line?
I think just even hearing like an opportunity to sign with the San Diego Padres is enough for me, but I also feel like there comes a line where you know your worth, you know your value. Listen, I know like there's contracts out there that are beyond absurd. They're super amounts of money, but having a relationship with a real human being and a real team like I have here, you can't beat that. You can't just sign for $700 million and want everything to be perfect. I got people all around the clubhouse that are supporting me, supporting my family. They ask about my personal life every day. So, I'm just gracious for that. And I know it's going to be the same way for the next 9 years.
Specifically, like since you've been in the major leagues, I know you wanted to be here from the start, but specifically since you've been in the major leagues, what is it that has made you kind of fall in love with this place?
I just think the energy always, it doesn't matter if it's the energy from the fans or the energy from the team or the energy from the coaches or people outside the field. there's just always a certain energy, always a positive energy here. I've never felt a negative energy, even when we lose games. It's just like, how can you be so upset about where you are right now? You're playing in the big leagues, you're playing in San Diego. Like, there's really not much to complain about. So I think just Schulte always says a winner's find a solution, and that's what we do here. So that's what I want to keep doing.
AJ Casabell.
Hi, Jackson. When you you said this, you knew this is where you wanted to be. When was that? When did you know that this is where you wanted to be long term? This is where you wanted to sign this extension?
I think literally from the moment that AJ talked to me for the first time, before the draft ever even happened in 2021. The Padres were the first team that ever reached out to me, ever scouted me. They believed in me from day one. They tried to keep me under wraps. Like, I posted a picture on Instagram one time with an area scout, and he was like, "Take it down right now." Like, I haven't it. So, yeah, they believed in me, they trusted me, and they wanted me. And it feels good to be wanted. Obviously, I think everybody in this room feels that. You feel wanted, like, it feels good. So I just feel like they always had a certain trust in me. AJ's always been there by my side, just rooting me on, being my biggest supporter. So, I think from that first instance, just talking to him, I wanted to be here forever.
What do you envision now out of these next 10 years, I guess it is, including this year? What do you envision accomplishing here?
Winning, and just winning only. There's so much in a contract with money and all that, but my goal is to win. It's always been to win. It's always been to dominate with my boys on the field. And I'm just happy I get to do it for a long amount of time now.
Annie Halbert.
Just along the lines of the timeline, I know you guys were talking about things even before you played a major league game. When did things start to really heat up, and why was the timing right now?
I just think, the timing was better for everybody right now. I think last year was more of a year to get my feet underneath me and play baseball. A young kid in the show, it's kind of hard to manage a lot of things on and off the field. So I think just waiting, and then now I have so much confidence and so much ability that I think it was a perfect time,
And then we've heard about the stories and talked to you about how you've been a big part of the minor leagues still, and making sure that those guys are feeling your love and your care for them. How does this contract influence how you want to support that going forward, the rest of the organization?
Yeah, I think AJ and I talked about it too when we were talking about a contract in general, is that my involvement with the organization is going to be a lot more. I want to be involved in the minor leagues. I want to be involved in the community. I want to be involved in kind of everything that goes on. I know some stuff's out of my control and out of my reach, and it's not my business, but there's also a lot of stuff that is my business. Checking in on minor league guys is such an easy task. You can go on the MILB app and just look at stats, look at how people are doing. And it's also easy as just calling your boys or texting them, making sure they're okay mentally too. Like, it's not that difficult to be pretty involved.
Marty Caswell.
Jackson, what is it like, the feeling knowing that you and Fernando Tatis will be growing older together for the next 10 years?
I mean, it'll be kind of funny. It'll be funny looking at him in right field every day and just knowing that it's going to be like that for a really long time. Toddy's been just like me. He's a kid playing the game. He doesn't take things too seriously. He doesn't take them too light, though. He's locked in every day, and he loves success. He wants to do good, and I'm right there with him. I want the team to do good and want success all around the city.
You talked about how supportive your parents have been. What was it like calling your parents on the phone or texting them and telling them about this life-changing contract?
To be honest, I told him yesterday before anything kind of broke loose. I didn't know when it was going to, so I wanted to let him know. And for me, until I see it right in front of me, there's no emotion, there's nothing. So yesterday I called him and I was so chill about it. My brother was kind of like, "Hey, why are you so relaxed right now?" I'm just like, I ain't saying anything yet. I'm not doing anything. But no, they're super excited. My mom, of course, the most excited. She shows the most emotion, but they couldn't be prouder of me, and I'm thankful for them.
Dennis Lynn.
AJ, can you share when exactly you first talked to Jackson and his agents about the idea of a long-term deal in San Diego?
Yeah, we've had a couple of attempts over the last few years, and then just re-engaged here, really going into the off season. That, hey, this is something that obviously, we're going to focus on continuing to build our roster and our team. But when we get to probably to the new year, this is something that we're gonna look to from John and Eric and myself. When we got to the last month, we started to get really serious. So I think, again, the last couple of years, Nick's had conversations with Josh and Drew, and then started the off season, sat down with Jackson and said, "Hey, where's your head at? What are you thinking?" He indicated again he was open to it. He really wants to be here. So it's like, all right, let us kind of get to our off season business, and when we get to the turn of the calendar, we'll start getting more serious with it, and that's how it all unfolded here the last couple of months.
And Jackson, I'm pretty sure I'm right. You're still eligible for the prospect promotion incentive this year. Now that it's tied to MVP votes and you can help out both yourself and the team, what kind of incentive is that for you?
To be honest, I don't even know what that is.
It's where, I mean, if you had won Rookie of the Year last year, you would have got a draft pick.
Yeah. I did know about that. I just didn't know that was the name of it. But no, I'm going to play hard every day. I'm going to play for a win. That's what I did last year. It's what I'm going to do every day this year. It's so much easier than playing for stats, playing for a prospect, whatever it's called. You're here to play baseball games and win. There's nothing else in this game that matters besides winning. If you don't win the championship, then you lost. If you're a little kid in a little tournament and you don't win the championship, like you don't feel like you accomplished what you wanted to go there and do. So for us, it's about winning. I know that stuff helps in the other sides of things and trades and developing people, but for us up here, we're going to try and win. And then if that happens at the end of the day, it happens.
And Dennis, even last year when the Rookie of the Year vote came up, Jackson said to me, we were meeting in the office, he said, really want us to get a first round pick. So it's kind of where his head's at with everything.
Darn Trip.
One for Jackson, one for Mike. Jackson, congratulations. I think it was less than 2 years ago. Your parents were with you when you were struggling a bit in the minors. I think your dad said it was the lowest he'd seen you. Last year, you show up, you're in center field, kind of learning the position. Now here you are. What's it been like going through those experiences, getting to this point in relatively short time? And was there ever any doubt that it would lead to this?
I don't think there was any doubt ever. I think I always believed in myself to get to this point. I think, though, struggling in the minors for a little bit, it was good for me. The adversity was good for me. To bring that up here and to know that when you're struggling, it's not the end of the world and that you can still get out of it and still work your ass off and just become the player you want to become. I think that was the most important piece of it. I have to actually thank Kev for writing articles when I slump because it makes me play better. But sorry, Kev, no hate, but it's just if I ever slump, keep writing them. But yeah, just having the adversity, I think it was super huge for me.
And Mike, what has impressed you most with Jackson during this time that would make something like this a logical step for the franchise?
How long do we have? You're talking about a real blessing. Congratulations again, man.
Thank you.
Really well deserved. Get the privilege to have, known him for a couple of years now, and just, the talent is the talent. It's clearly special. But what resonates with me is Jackson's authenticity and who he is as a person. That's what really stood out to me initially. When you've got that kind of character and that kind of mindset for other people, the organization, his teammates, and then the dedication for himself to be great and to go compete, it's very sincere. And then you couple that with talent. So, it's a blessing to be with this guy and work with him, and privileged to be with him for the next several years. He's joining a core group of players that are very special here. He fits right in, and we're really excited about it.
Back to Kevin AC.
All love, Kev. Promise.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Mike. I mean, some guys have said that he was the kind of the perfect manager for you, allowed you to be who you are. You're his kind of player. I just wonder what he has allowed you to be.
Yeah, I think he's allowed me to be myself. I don't think there's any change he's ever distilled in me besides my position. There's really never been anything else I've ever changed. I came up, I've been myself. We have a really good relationship where we can communicate on anything we agree and disagree on. We really don't disagree a lot. So it's really nice to have someone up here that's kind of like a father figure you can go to at any point in the day and just talk to and have at your side. It's good to go get dinner with somebody as just like a friend, but then it always turns into baseball talk. We're baseball rats. That's all we think about when we're not on the field is baseball. So, it's really cool to have a relationship with a manager like that.
Back to AJ Casavell.
You talk a lot about the window and not 1 year being more important than the next and building for the long haul. How does this deal, it seems pretty obvious, but how does this deal impact what you're trying to do into the future?
Yeah, I think continuing to add to the core group of guys that are going to bring a championship to San Diego. And I think also, again, obviously with Manny, Xander, Jake, and then Toddy and Jackson, again, different stages of their careers, different age brackets. I think just want to make sure we talk about it all the time as a leadership team that when fans of San Diego buy a ticket, they know who they're going to come see. They know they're going to see excellence. They're going to see something special. And Jackson's added to that big time here in the last few years and throughout the system. And I think having players that are spaced out a little bit, that was all part of what we talked about. But you just need outstanding players that are championship caliber guys, and Jackson's clearly one of those.
And then if you could go back to that day in Severna Park, what do you remember about actually watching Jackson? What did you see that day?
Yeah, I think again, like obviously the ability. He's a shortstop, so that's a good start. But he's a guy that could impact the game. Two-way player, offense, defense. The contact skill. But I think the biggest thing, calling up Luke Merton and Josh and David Post, just the intangible, like that factor of just somebody that makes others around him better. And he enjoyed being with his boys, enjoyed being. Now you see guys that go to prep school, go to different academies. Guys are kind of, they know they're going to be drafted high and they're kind of playing to the draft, et cetera. I think with Jackson, the biggest thing that you see, everybody sees it, every single day, is he's there just to go have fun and go win a baseball game. And that was pretty clear from the first time we all saw him.
Annie?
Just one. I know you're a baseball rat, but just having this long-term contract, does it give you a chance to exhale, maybe go to the zoo, put down roots here, just enjoy it a little bit more? What does it do for you personally?
I exhaled last year when I just made the team. You're on the team. That's all that matters to me. Everybody asks where I want to hit in the lineup, and I don't care. I'm in the lineup. That's all that matters to me. So, being on a big league field every day, that's enough of an exhale for me. I'm here. I'm breathing. I'm smooth. I'm happy to be here and play baseball. I think talking about high school, it's like I was never playing to get drafted. I was never playing to go to college. I was playing to win. I was playing to win high school baseball games, and that was my whole goal. I didn't think about after high school. I didn't think about anything. I was just playing. So it's the same thing. And I wasn't thinking about this when I was playing baseball all last year. I was thinking about winning and helping us win a championship. So, yeah, it's all I'm thinking about is winning.
Jackson, congratulations. Selfishly, I'm looking forward to the next decade calling Merrill Madness. Congratulations.
Live coverage of the Jackson Merrill contract extension news conference. And don't go anywhere, because in just a couple of moments we'll head back out and Sam Levitt's going to do some one-on-one interviews. We're going to continue commercial-free here on 97.3 The Fan. Woods, just some initial thoughts on what you heard from AJ and Jackson.
Just almost brought me to tears. It's what you dream of. It's one that you believe in, one that you can trust. All he talks about is just wanting to win. He dies to win every single night and plays hard. I've never seen him take a playoff ever. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that he's here. I'm so happy that he's ours.
I love the winning talk is going to sell just about every Padres fan in San Diego. Cares nothing about anything other than winning and being a winning player. And he did mention, he probably could have held out for more money. He knows his value, and he's seen $700 million contracts, but he wants the team to be able to build around him, put a great product on the field, around him. And, in that sense, he probably did sign a somewhat team-friendly deal. 9 years.
I don't think there's any question.
$135 million. Certainly, if he had bet on himself, he could have waited and got more than that, quite a considerably much larger amount than he agreed on.
It's pretty amazing, man. Pretty amazing, this arc for this young man. And if he stays healthy, sky's the limit for him. Truly, sky is the limit. There's no ceiling right now. I mean, we haven't even seen it yet. So he's amazing. Amazing to watch. Amazing for my kids really love all the players on the team, but Manny, Jackson, Toddy, those guys, Crony, they love those guys. They absolutely love those guys. And to know, think about your kids, all the parents out there listening right now. You don't have to worry about Jackson Merrill leaving to go somewhere else. You don't. You have 9 years of fandom. Buy that jersey, right? Wear it proudly.
You're thinking about it? Go get it. You're good now.
Right, you're good now. That for me, having little kids, and they go, wait, he went where? Juan Soto got traded? What's happening? It sucks. It sucks when their favorite players have to move on. My kids adore that guy, and now they're going to get to root for at least another decade.
All right, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Then we're going to head out to Sammy and Jackson Merrill next here on 97.3 The Fan.
KWFM and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is Fernando Tatis Jr.
Tatis tips his cap to the crowd as he rounds first base.
The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan and Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, without further ado, here's Sam Levitt at the Padres Auditorium at Petco Park with a special guest.
All right, guys, thanks. We are live here at Petco Park, and right now I'm joined by Jackson Merrill. Outstanding job at the press conference, Jackson. Congratulations to you, your family. I'm so incredibly happy for you and incredibly happy that I'll get to watch you here in San Diego for years to come. I know you don't love to make things about yourself. You're all about the team. Is today you can be honest, a little tough for you to make it about yourself for once?
It's pretty easy to just kind of be myself again. I'm not really too concerned with myself. And in my mind, we got a ball game to win today. It has nothing to do with me or the contract. We got a ball game to win. We gotta get that record to 7-0.
Yeah, we'll see if you can get it to 7-0. Hopefully you can. When you think about kind of how you feel deep down on a day like today, what are those emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just calm. I'm excited for what's going to happen, the future of this organization, but I'm also happy to just be here with my boys again and play baseball today. I think if today was an off day, I'd kind of feel something more, but
yeah,
my mind is so wired about winning and playing baseball that I'm so focused on this game today. That's all I want.
Jackson, it's really an incredible journey when we think about where you were 13 and a half months ago, battling for a spot on an opening day roster, learning a brand new position. People, I'm sure, kind of wondering what they could expect from you as a 20-year-old entering the major leagues with relatively limited upper-level minor league experience. You've answered every question. You've answered every thought that anybody could have had about you, and today certainly proves it. How has your life changed in the past year or so?
I think it's just gotten a little more difficult to go out in public and enjoy my time with my family and friends and loved ones, girlfriend. I think it's not like difficult. I don't hate it. It's just like sometimes you like to go to dinner and just have your own little, your little thing. So sometimes it gets a little much. But other than that, that's part of it. You go out in public, it's part of your representation now. You got to kind of just wear it with pride. I love it. I love every bit of attention that I get from the fans. It's awesome to see the support up and down the city.
You mentioned the word pride, and it's so clear from the press conference that you never envisioned yourself anywhere else other than San Diego. How proud are you to be a Padre in particular?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. I want to bring that first championship here. That's my goal, and for me, it was like I don't need infinite amount of money here. I just want to play for a long time, play in a place I love, play with boys that I love, and also give the organization an opportunity to build around. I think as time goes on, as I get older and people start to get pushed out of the game a little bit, I'm obviously younger than a lot of the guys on contracts here, so we're going to have to start making a little bit more contracts to other people. But, I want that opportunity for other people in the league to come here and put on the San Diego jersey and represent us like I have.
Speaking of the contract, it does obviously come with significant financial guarantees. I've got to know your parents, Josh, Jenny, a bit over the past year, seen them at the ballpark. What does today mean to not just you, but your family as a whole?
I mean, I wish they could be here so I could see their faces.
Yeah.
But I know how proud they are. It's a Wednesday, though, so they're obviously in school right now teaching. But, yeah, I'm just so thankful for them. They've put everything on the line for me. They took so much time out of their lives, their 30s and 40s, to take me to baseball games, to drive me into North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, everywhere to play baseball. And, I couldn't be here without them. So I'm super appreciative of them. Appreciative of my brother, too. He's gotten me here. He's been tough on me, never let me win a video game when I was young. He built that adversity when I was a little kid. I was used to losing sometimes, so it doesn't really affect me that much. I hate losing, but don't get me wrong, you can't put your head down and let it sink with you. And then my girlfriend too, she's been a big piece of my life. I think coming up, being in the big leagues as a 21-year-old, and everybody else is kind of 30 years old.
Yeah.
You don't have those off the field friends like you do in the minors. You go home, you got roommates in the minors, you hang out with them all the time. But for her, she's been here every step of the way. She's been here to support me. She's wanted to be here too. She loves the West Coast. Like, this is where she belongs. So it just felt right for everybody in my life.
That's wonderful. We have to thank your brother for beating you in the video games. That way you got here, and now we see the player you are. You could have, if you had elected to, been a free agent in your mid-20s. We saw the contracts that were handed out this year, massive numbers. Why were you okay with the idea of foregoing that and committing here?
For me, money has never been an issue. Even in the draft, I wanted to go to the Padres because it was the Padres. I had trust in them already, and I had obviously other opportunities to go other places and take higher amounts of money. But to me, that wasn't what was important. What was important is coming here and proving to San Diego I'm loyal to them. Don't get me wrong, $700 million is like, wow. It's a crazy number.
Yeah.
But at the same time, so is 135. Like, there's, in my mind, you're set for life. Your family's set for life. Your family's family is set for life. So it's just kind of huge for me in the future, my family, and how they'll be treated.
We're joined by Jackson Merrill after he signs a 9-year contract extension with the San Diego Padres here at Petco Park. Sam Levitt with you on 97.3 The Fan. What do you envision your legacy one day? It's a long way away. Your career is going to go on a long time, but what do you envision your legacy being as a San Diego Padre?
Yeah, I think I've become really good friends with Wyatt Hoffman, Trevor Hoffman's third son, over the time in the minors, and we've gotten closer and closer and closer, and I've gotten closer with his dad, with Trevor, a lot. Obviously, he's a Hall of Famer, in my opinion, the best closer of all time. You put him in San Diego, you put him in New York, it's a totally different story with how everybody represents him. But he's the man, dude. I want to be like him. I think I've looked up to him secretly. I haven't said it or anything. I haven't given him too much credit because, I can't do that. I got to keep him humble. But no, but I love Trev and everything that he does for the city, and I just kind of look up to him. He does the bike rides for the research. He does everything. So I want to be like that, be in the community, but also be the best player I can be for San Diego.
You've mentioned that a few times, the community. How important is that to you to not just be a baseball player, but be a member of the San Diego community?
Yeah, you see the community at our games. It's 45,000 every night. You saw the playoffs last year. It can eat teams alive and spit them out. But they're doing that because they love us. So in my mind, there's no reason for us not to love them. I know it's hard to love everybody. It's hard to autograph everybody's ball, but at the same time, I'm there to do it and do as much as I can because I appreciate them just as much as they appreciate us.
Jackson, appreciate the time. Again, congratulations to you and your family. It's been so much fun to watch you grow here the last year and kind of go from opening day where you were making your debut in Korea, coming back to Petco Park, and now I walk around this place and I see number 3 jerseys all over the place. So it's pretty cool to see. Congratulations, and thanks so much for the time. Now, I know you got to go get locked in for this game, so enjoy.
Thank you, Sammy.
All right, that's Jackson Merrill joining us here on 97.3 The Fan. Great stuff from Jackson Merrill as he signs a 9-year contract extension with the San Diego Padres. Guys, we should be joined by AJ Preller here in just a little bit, but for now, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, good job, Sammy. Jackson, just such a level-headed kid. I don't think anyone asked him what's his first big purchase going to be. I can answer it for you. Nothing. Probably, literally, the answer is nothing. You just let the money go into his account at some point.
A new bat to work.
He'll go out, a new bat for Jackson Merrill. Maybe he'll try one of the torpedo bats. Doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. The ball already explodes off of his bat at this point, even at age 21. AJ Preller is going to head over to the table with Sam Levitt in just a moment. And I had heard that story. AJ had told it before about the first time he personally went and scouted Jackson Merrill in Severna Park, Maryland during COVID. And he did not want to be seen. I mean, it's very AJ, very, cloak and dagger, surreptitious. He does not want other teams to know that this is a guy he is really, really into, because of course that the word gets out and then all of a sudden there'll be 15 scouts at his next game, and other GMs will get word of it and you could lose him in the draft, because the Padres didn't have a top draft pick. They had 27th pick that year, I think, when they took Jackson Merrill. He was a late first round pick, and
sounds about right.
Saw that at some point the Yankees were thinking about taking him. They didn't. And he fell all the way to 27. And part of that is, throwing other teams off the scent, because when you get a reputation like AJ Preller does as a top scout, there's going to be the copycats who just basically, your job is to watch who AJ Preller is watching and figure out why he is so interested in this guy. And should we be more interested in him because we have the pick, right before AJ Preller. So let's make sure that we get the guy that he wants.
Right.
So he goes trying to hide way out in the outfield. Security guard gets to him, and then his parents find him and go, "Who are you?" And, I work for, Padres. What's your name? AJ or something or other, no, just low level. I'm a low level scout. Don't mind me. I'm nothing. There's no reason I'm here. I'm here to see John Smith, the other player on your team, not Jackson Merrill.
How big of a relief, man, just to finally, it feels like have the homegrown statue contract. I mean, I know Fernando Tatis Jr. did come up in the Padres system, and he's been a Padre 99.9% of his career, but he was technically acquired by another team.
True.
This was, how many guys over the last 10 years, at least in AJ Preller's tenure, have come and gone that we thought, oh, this is going to be the future. This guy's going to be the ace. This guy's going to be the face of the franchise. And they get traded or they don't get the 9-year, $135 million contract extension. It's really nice to have that.
Yeah, and while this contract, 10 years, it doesn't necessarily make Jackson a Padre for life. Again, he'll be a free agent again at age 31 after the 2034 season. But you never know. They could sign like with Manny, you could get another extension long before you get to that point. So it was funny because he mentioned that one of his best friends has become Wyatt Hoffman, who is one of Trevor's sons and is in the Padres organization now, is in the minor leagues with him. And, Jackson it's early, but, they talked about the statue with Fernando Tatis Jr. He could someday have a statue alongside Wyatt's dad, Trevor Hoffman, at Petco Park someday, which would probably be weird for Wyatt. Yeah, that's my friend and my dad. Together with statues at Petco Park. But
you know what? They win a World Series. Wyatt Hoffman can have a statue.
That's true, too.
If he had any influence on Jackson Merrill winning World Series MVP, give him a statue.
And how about
as
the
well.
story
I don't care.
from Jackson about thanking his brother for never letting him win a video game because it just made him more competitive and fueled his fire. Did not want to lose, when he was starting playing baseball. He doesn't like the feeling of losing, but it doesn't let him stop him. It doesn't let, he doesn't get down in the dumps. He simply says, all right, well, we'll just come back tomorrow and make sure we have that feeling of winning and winning only was what Jackson Merrill said. It was what was important to him going forward at this point. It's almost as though he did this just so he never had to think about it again. It's kind of like trust and will. Just get it done. You have the documents in place. You have the money. And now you don't have to worry about it. As he said, I'm taken care of for life. He probably will make another huge contract at some point, but his parents who are teaching today, so they couldn't be here.
Incredible.
They're taken care of. They can probably think about a little earlier retirement now.
That speaks
with Jackson.
so highly of their character and how they raised Jackson. Because I tell you right now, if that's me, my 2 weeks, you're not getting that. I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm flying to San Diego overnight, catch the red eye. My son's signing a $130 million contract. Thanks for the last 20 years of my life teaching.
And, all Jackson really cares about today is, get win number 7. Get ready for a game. Get back down there. I'm sure they did this a little earlier. Usually they do these like 10 or 11, but I'm sure they thought, now Jackson's going to want to get out, get ready, preparing for the game. So we got to get him back downstairs and ready to go before that.
I'd love to know when this was done. And I mean signed, sealed, delivered.
I mean, he said he didn't tell his parents until yesterday. So I thought it had maybe been done for a while.
I'm sure they've been talking for a while and they've been close, but pen to paper, was it before yesterday's game? And then he goes out and drops a bomb? Was it after the game? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just yesterday at some point he told his parents, probably before the game, I would imagine. But and then he hits a home run, and now he has his news conference
just had his
this
bobblehead
morning.
night.
It's pretty amazing. The kid is always up for the moment. I mean, we saw that with the clutch go-ahead home runs last year. There's no moment that's too big for Jackson Merrill, and when that day comes and the Padres are in the World Series, my guess is Jackson Merrill is going to thrive in an environment like that. That's the kind of player that he is. He looks for the moments. He succeeds in the moments, and he handled this moment really well. Probably not his favorite moment, getting up at the podium and doing the interview with Sammy, but handled it really well.
He didn't look uncomfortable.
No, not at all.
He just looked like he didn't want to be there. He wanted to be in the cages.
Yeah, but
because he's a robot, and I love him.
Yeah, he's all business, but he's smooth too. He told some good stories and did his part. The Padres need him to. He's now face of the franchise, and he's going to be there on posters and selling tickets for years to come. So he'll have to do his part in the community. And he said he's looking forward to that. Wants to be a part of the community and do more in San Diego now that he knows he's going to be there for a long time. All right, Sammy, I see him scurrying in the background. We got the camera still up. He said should be within the next minute or so that we're going to go out to AJ Preller with a one-on-one interview with Sam Levitt. So we're standing by for that. And then when that's done, we'll turn things over to Braden and the Braden Soprenit show, and he'll take you all the way up to the pregame show with more Sammy coming up later today as the Padres take on the Cleveland Guardians at 1:10 this afternoon. You're on 97.3 The Fan with Dylan Cease making his second start of the year against Ben Lively, and got to imagine Jackson Merrill going to be hitting fourth again in that lineup for Mike Schilt as they go for a perfect homestand to open the season. All right, AJ, and then we did hear a little bit from Mike Schilt as well, just about, I'm sure he's delighted. I picture Jackson and Mike Schilt going out to dinner on the road and, or the spring training and just geeking out about baseball, because those are two guys that really just like talking ball, and that is their primary and sole focus in their life as baseball people. And
I remember somebody in the offseason said, I just ran in, I was at Bub's at the ballpark, and I saw Mike Schilt and Jackson Merrill sitting there having lunch, just crushing some wings or something like that. I'm like, ooh, that would be fun to just sit right next to them, not say a word, and just listen.
Just eavesdrop on their baseball conversations, and they'll be having a lot of those conversations over hopefully the next 10 years. I mean, managers rarely last as long as players, but Schulte got his contract extension, and now Jackson Merrill gets his contract extension, and he and Tatis will be in that Padres outfield for a long time together. And then you look at the future, they hinted at it, but the staggered stars. You got Manny and Xander, who are your 30-year-olds veterans. You got Tatis, who's 26, Merrill, who's 22, and then there's Salas and DeVries, your 18-year-olds, who one or both could be part of the next wave. Maybe in three or 4 years, we're sitting at another news conference and talking about an extension for one or both of those guys, and they'll be looking up to Jackson Merrill, who will be 26, 27, and Tatis will then be 30, 31, where Manny is, and keep it going. And whoever AJ next has in the pipeline going forward, there's some 12-year-old, 13-year-old out right now that might be the next guy, and that's the idea, is to keep the stars flowing every 2 or 3 years, where you find another player like this. We're just waiting on AJ Preller, is just sitting down right now, so just as Woods comes back in the studio, perfect time.
We've been talking for 15 minutes.
Really?
Yes.
Why didn't you text me? I would have come back.
That's all right.
We've got production.
We're sending out to Sam Levitt once again, standing by, this time with Padres President of Baseball Operations, AJ Preller. Sammy, take it away.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Joined by AJ Preller here at Petco Park after Jackson Merrill signs a 9-year contract extension with the San Diego Padres. AJ, congratulations to you and your front office staff. Obviously, an excellent day. I thought one of the things you mentioned during the press conference, all the thanks you gave to your player development staff, the scouting staff, it was very clear to me that this is obviously very much about Jackson, his talent, his character, but also the ability to find that talent, to find that character, develop it properly, identify it. What kind of example is Jackson Merrill and this contract of good scouting and what player development can do with a talent like this?
Yeah, it's the lifeblood of any organization. A lot of people say it. It's just the truth. And again, like we have a lot of players that are playing in the big leagues for us right now, whether it's on the pro, amateur, international side, and key pieces of a good team. And then a lot of guys that are throughout the league that are impactful because, and again, we've been able to identify talent. And in this case, I think the biggest thing was Jackson. Obviously, everybody sees him right now as the rookie of the year last year and one of the best players in the game. But he, again, he was a little bit of an under the radar type guy. He was going to Army originally. That was his original connection to West, commitment to West Point, switched that senior year to Kentucky. But our scouting group, to be able to identify him as a player that honestly, when we came into this room actually for the draft, he was at the top of our board, even though we were picking at the end of the first round. So that doesn't always line up like that. But, having evaluators that consistently have shown they're really good at picking players, and then a development staff that puts them in an environment where it's 12-month-a-year baseball development. It's learning the game constantly and learning what winning baseball looks like. And it's a work ethic component that Riley Westman and his group puts them in. And then, like I mentioned, given to a big league staff where Schulte and that group, can take a young player, a 20-year-old shortstop and be open-minded to, let's think about him in center field and start him on opening day and continue his development in the big league level. There's been so much that Schulte, his staff, has given to Jackson as well. Obviously, Jackson's the one playing. He's the one that's a super talent that's doing it out on the field. But it's a nice day for the organization to be able to highlight some of the people behind the scenes that have added to this day today.
When you think about where Jackson was 13 and a half months ago, you mentioned it, moving to center, making an opening day roster at the age of 20. Has he been even better than what you could have imagined in 1 year?
Yeah, I mean, again, like I think we've talked about it in terms of I think we felt like he was this type of player that had the ability to impact games and seasons this quickly. I mean, somebody that beats his draft class to the big leagues, and then pretty quickly throughout all of last year felt like just was improving each month and better as the year went on, and into the off season, into this year, the start of this year, just showing there's even more levels there. That's been great. Just the the acceleration that he's had and the ability to be ready for the big league game.
But, again, I think we felt like he's this type of talent to do it
Mhm.
this quickly on this stage on a great team. He's breaking into a team that's a playoff type team. That's a pretty big compliment to him.
AJ, one thing you said during the press conference that really struck me was that Peter Seidler would be proud of a day like today. How does a contract like this with this kind of player continue to go along with Peter's vision for this club?
Yeah, I think something that, again, from the first day that I've been in this job, it's always been about the big stage and putting San Diego and the fans. And, it's I think it's cool to be part of a city that the expectation now is World Series, and you do that with elite players. And, year after year after year, we talk about having a core group of guys that that the fans know are championship caliber. And when you come to Petco, you're going to see excellence. So, again, I think that's the pursuit. That's what Peter and myself and the baseball ops team. That's what we've tried to do here over the last decade. And Jackson clearly adds to that. So I know Peter was always excited to hear about Jackson as a minor league player. He knew he was going to be one of these players that would be a guy that would bring a championship to San Diego at some point in time, maybe more as shortstop than in center field. But yeah, I'm sure Peter would be super excited about today.
We're joined by AJ Preller, Padres president of baseball operations and general manager, to talk about the deal itself. Reportedly guarantees Jackson $135 million, can max out at upwards of $200 million. I think from the outside looking in, it seems, considering Jackson's age, his talent level, what guys got this offseason, like a pretty team-friendly deal, like a deal that could really benefit the Padres and allow you to add pieces around Jackson, which is something he mentioned. How do you view the deal itself, the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're 21 years old and you're signing a deal for north of $100 million. I think the biggest thing is it's what's important to the player, it's what's important to his representatives, and what's important to us. So, again, there have been, you look out in other deals, Jackson Churio or Corbin Carroll, that are also elite talents in the game. They've signed for less than Jackson signed. There's been guys like Jackson mentioned have signed for more. Ultimately, it's what the player is happy about. He indicated from minute one when we talked to him, hey, he wanted to do well financially in a spot where his family would be taken care of and he'd be taken care of and generations of Merrills would be taken care of. And then he wanted to do it in a way that I think ultimately, that he had the ability to make sure that we had, the other great players around him. And you look at other guys in sports, usually it's the guys that win championships and end up in the Hall of Fame that have done that as well in other sports. It just speaks to who Jackson is, and the things that are important to him and why we wanted to do this deal. And as we got into it, Nick Ennis and others and his representatives, we also wanted to make sure there was some escalation in there and the ability for him to go out and earn more dollars and see a pathway to, to the bigger dollars. And so I think we tried to check each one of those boxes in the deal. And again, I think it was a pretty clean negotiation because Jackson was very straightforward what he was looking for, what he wanted to do, and we have a great relationship with his representatives, and ultimately able to get the deal done.
A couple more questions for you, as I know we all have to get ready for this game coming up at 1:10. Padres going for a 7-0 record. So AJ, it's been a very good week for everybody here at Petco Park. How do you view your core of players now? Because you have Manny, Xander, some guys that are in their 30s already. You have Fernando, who's in his mid-20s. Now you have Jackson, who's only 21. You've got guys like Salas DeVries waiting in the wings who are even younger. How do you view your core, top to bottom, now?
Yeah, I think they're all guys. The one common thread, they're all guys that have real makeup and are championship type players that have elite talent. And I think having, again, I think the ability to space out some players, and we talked about it there in the conference. We've talked about it, internally in the roster build over the last 5+ years. You have players that at different points in time, some are ascending, and that piece over the next. Just to sit back and every year, hey, you're going to have Hall of Fame caliber players like Machado or, like perennial all-stars like Bogarts, and then a Tatis that hopefully right now is just entering his prime at 25, 26 years old. And then Jackson, that's going to be able to play right along there with them. So it's a good blend, energy, youth, different stages of their careers. Ultimately, all of those guys are capable of winning MVPs and being guys that can win you a World Series. So, I think as it all fits together, we feel like it works in terms of, having those those types of players under contract at different stages in their careers. And I think, I think that's what we've seen here in the start of the year too. Like the continuity of those guys coming together and their games complement each other and their personalities complement each other. We saw that all of last year. I think we're going to see that here over the next decade with those guys together.
Yeah, we've seen a real cohesion the first week of this 2025 season. I'll finish up by asking you a question that I asked Jackson. What do you envision when it's all said and done as the legacy of Jackson Merrill, the San Diego Padre?
I think, that's for him to really talk about. But I
Yeah.
think the things that he talks about all the time and we talk about as an organization is winning, you know, and doing it in a way that, it's about giving back to the community. We have the best fan base in the game. The fans are thirsty and hungry for a championship. And I think the coolest part, and it's done with our players and our staff, is the expectations, from 10 years ago where it was, again, like get to the playoffs, finish over 500. It's like that's right now that bar has been shifted. The standards go win championships, be there every year in October. And that's what Jackson brings to the table. I think that's going to be his legacy. As somebody that's, day in, day out, that's all he really thinks about. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to bring to the city of San Diego. And it's a big reason why we're here today with the contract.
AJ, congratulations on the deal. A long way from Severna Park, Maryland, when you first saw Jackson Merrill trying to go incognito, so nobody else was on him. Thanks so much for the time, and hopefully the Padres can finish up a perfect homestand to begin the year today. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Sam.
That's AJ Preller, Padres president of baseball operations and general manager. Again, a big thank you to AJ and Jackson Merrill. Very gracious with their time on a game coming up in less than 3 hours here. Great stuff here, guys. A lot of excitement. Great day for the San Diego Padres. The front office, and certainly the fans as well. Back to you.
Good work by Sammy Levitt as well. Dave Marcus, Adam Klug down at Petco Park with all of our coverage, and we will continue with more with the Braden Soprenich Show coming up next. I want to thank all the Tier 1s who have been not just listening on the radio, but on our YouTube stream this morning, Paulie. What a huge morning. I mean, we started the show, none of this had happened, and now here we are 4.5 hours later. And Padres living in another world with Jackson Merrill here for the next decade. That's it for us. For Paulie Reindl, Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Have a great rest of your day from all of us here at San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. So long, everybody.